Yes. Good morning. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Doc. It is 9 a.m. here in New York City on September 5th, 2024. It's cool 71 degrees inside. No idea what it is outside. We're not going to look. We're going to look at the markets today. This is going to be a live trading thing. I'm not sure how long we're going to go. I'm free all morning. We're going to take it as it comes. We're going to be focusing a lot on mega caps like NVDA, Tesla. We're going to look at maybe, I think Amazon, or is it Apple? Someone was asking about. SPY, we're going to touch on. Yeah, SPX, we're not going to do much on. That's not really my specialty. But if you are into SPX, have I got a place for you, huh? Quant trading app, we're going to talk about a lot today. This is the tool that I was introduced to just over a year and a half ago. And it's really changed the way I trade. I can't trade a day without it, really. I look at it constantly to make every type of decision, whether it be entry, exit, maintenance on spreads, or anything like that. SPX Trade Engine, humming along in the quant trading app universe. You can access it down there on gold side. Added much more stuff to it. Ideas, data, mobile. It's just coming along really great. If you're into SPX, check that out. There's a sale going on right now. There's a sale, Labor Day sale, in effect. In effect right now. You can check it out here on the public side. You can use the code SUMMEREND24A. Make sure you get that right. SUMMEREND24A. Enter that in checkout, and you get 10% off if you do the annual. And I think it's like, what is it, 3 months? 25% off for the 3 months. 3 months. I got you for 3 months. Anyway. Check that out. Go head over to quanttradingapp.com or just go to the right at the top here, server guide. Click on that. Let's get started. I'm in, just did a little Bitcoin Cash adjustment there. And we're going to look at the SPY as open. And like I said, also NVIDIA and Tesla. And I think, I forgot if it was Amazon or Apple. I don't want to out the person if they're not here. When they do come, we'll figure that out. But we'll go over it anyway. We'll do it live. F it, we'll do it live. So, it's still early. Market's not open yet. We're going to ease into the day here. Grab yourself a hot beverage, a cool iced coffee. I'm a big fan of iced coffee. I never really got into hot coffee. Meanwhile, I'm drinking hot tea right now. So that throws everything else out the window. But get your beverage of choice. Settle in. We'll go over how we look at finding possible plans, possible trade ideas, and then find entries and exits within that trade idea. Things like that. Type any tickers you're following, any questions you have about it. If you're new to quantitative trading, let me know. Let me know in chat. If you're experienced trader, let me know. Whatever. Let me know what you're looking at. What tickers we got. What are we cooking with? What's our recipes? What are our ingredients? Getting alerts. I struggle to find why I'm still looking at some of these clickbait alerts. Literally, the same news organization will put out stock market crash, and then 2 blurbs later, stock market couldn't be healthier. Why is it time to invest now? So, use your own due diligence when you're going through news. That's the most I could say of it. When I was at Morgan Stanley in publishing, that we used to get news that said for internal use only on it before it went out, meaning it circled around every department possible before it hit the publishing desk. So that when it went out and then got disseminated between 8 different vendors and then the clients. So when you're reading the piece of news, it's not like, ooh, I'm the first one to read this piece of news. Most likely you're way down the food chain. But trade on news for long-term investments for sure. But just be careful when you're doing short-term swing plays or intraday trading. SPY's found a little bit of support here at the 550. And we're going to look at a couple different charts to see how QTA can support that or negate a hold. Let's just get into what we're talking about. So when you join gold. You're just going to click here on getting started. Bryant has laid out every possible step for you in just to go through it and getting accustomed or acclimated to the QTA universe. I like to hang out around the advanced GEX. This will pull up our GEX information, gamma exposure. You can look that up by definition. It's, the amount of energy used to move the underlying by 1 point, yada, yada, yada. What we're going to focus on here today is how to trade with it, right? That's what we're really concerned about. I mean, I'm not sure of all the parts in my car, where they're coming from or how they're manufactured, but I know how to drive it, and that's what really concerns me. So first, we're going to look at this week on SPY. We're going to separate just the 3 expirations. Should be 2. Why is this one on here? That's weird. Just today and tomorrow's expiration. That shouldn't be in the data, but let's just make sure that we unselected it. This has every expiration that's possible on SPY. You can then select which one you want, customize it, and get a specific report generated for you to focus on your individual investment, your term, right? So we're looking for this week on the SPY. We see a nice, gathering of really high amounts of GEX right around 550, where we found support right here. So this kind of makes sense that the highest GEX is here. The absolute GEX is the purple line right here. This is letting us know our area of high liquidity. That's also occupying 550. So this is confluence now, right? We have a high GEX and we have absolute GEX right here. Once that bell chimes, it's all gonna break loose. No, we're gonna get more data. As the fresh data comes in, we'll be able to make a more of a game plan to see what was going on. For right now, holding pattern at 550. I've drawn this line here. This is just pure my speculation. Once I see that second point, I start to see a bit of a trend. This has been sitting here, and now we're kind of reaching back to it. This is not, I'm not saying this is, tried and tested to be a trend. This is what my eye sees. And this is perfect to get into, especially pre-market talk. What we're looking at here is my lines. This is my eye drawing that line, using the experience that I have, using the courses that I've taken, the instructors that I've listened to, the mentors I've traded under. This is the summation of that, right? Someone else looking at this chart could be like, nah, that's not a trend line. No, that's just gonna blow right through. It doesn't look like it exists. That's fine. That's the way he or she looks at it. This is art and a science together. When we want to look for confluence, things to back up what we're talking about, we overlay other data. By doing that, we can look in a way to do that, we can look at quantitative charts. This is the quant chart from QTA. This operates on the 2 sigma method, right? It's a proprietary system. It's just it's cold hard math. I always refer to it, right? You have your buy zone here, your sell zone here, the midpoint, and the 2 sigma, which is 2 standard deviations away from the mean. In other words, about 8 to 9% of the action happens outside of these realms. So statistically, it wants to stay within the 2 sigma realm. That's where those 2 sigma lines really come from. Yeah, we can go outside of these areas, these zones, but it's statistically more likely that we want to stay within him. So far that people trade on the 2 sigma lines. And so much so is that there is a 2 sigma alert in the gold member side. And it gets alerted when things happen. NVDA has been known to go, extended through the 2 sigma on the top side for most of 2024. It's catalyst driven. It's statistically not the norm, right? But when you get to something that lets you know, like, let's see, Goldman Sachs, it's at support. Well, that's not a good one also because that's a bank one. Apple, here we go. Apple at support. This is a really mega cap, the one we were probably going to look at today. You click on that ticker, it'll take you to the quant chart in question and let you know, hey, listen, we touched 2 sigma. A lot of traders look for those signals alone. Hey, we touched 2 sigma. My bet, I guess you'd say, my inkling is that we're going to start traveling away from this one, heading towards the other 2 sigma. That's a theory that people trade on. And if it doesn't happen right away, they just double down, or not, they don't double down. They just play the same one again, play the same one again, until the statistic comes true, until the destiny is manifested. That's just one trading plan. Another way, you can trade quantitatively is just using the quant chart themselves, used level by level. So a common misconception or something that happened when I took a whole bunch of colleagues over was like, I don't know, that these levels, they're not holding, Doc. These levels, they're just breaking through. Well, these levels aren't meant to be impassable, right? These levels are meant to be traded on, just like any other level that we do on our technical analysis chart, right? We run up, we either break, retest, and go higher, or we get rejected, and then failed. So you play the rejection, or you play the break and the retest for higher, or you play the dance around it for, iron condors or butterflies, whatever floats your boat. So you can find the 2 sigma alerts here. What we're going to focus on today is the gamma exposure feeds. This is every 15 to 16 minutes. You'll get a snapshot of the feed that you click on. So this is SPY. Every 15 minutes, you're going to get this is for 0DT. This is today's expiration. This is the snapshot for today's expiration. Again, this is going to change when new data comes in at 9:15. Right here, this is 3:45 from yesterday. On Fridays, there is no 0DTE. This will not be, because the weekly will be your 0DT. This is Friday's expirations on the weekly. A great way to use this tool is overlaying the SPY 0DTE with the SPY weekly. If you're trading SPX, you now just doubled your data. You can trade on the SPX from using the SPY data and use the SPX 0DTs and weeklies to confirm or negate your trade plan. So that's what a lot of people I know do. They look at the SPY, they look at the NQ, they look at the ES, the futures. They gather data from overnight. BK Brown, like the strongest member in QTA, is basing her entire trade plans around it, and she's very vocal about it over in the gold side. But this is what QTA is. It's a bunch of traders trying to help each other out. This is not a competition. This is not, I did 200% today. Look at me. Where's my reward? This is, hey guys, have you noticed there's a strong high liquidity around 54.50 today on SPX? Yeah, I noticed that. It's crazy. This is the type of talk. It's traders helping traders in a professional manner, but not to really focus too much on the community. The tools is what we're going to be speaking on today in NVIDIA. So if you've been to some of the workshops in the past month or so, we've focused on NVIDIA because it was leading up to earnings, because there was a big earnings on NVIDIA, and because NVIDIA is arguably leading the market, right? Whether it's in an upward trend or a downward trend, NVIDIA seems to be the leader on it. Whether it is or not, that's an opinion, but we're going to focus on their specifics here. I got a lot of lines here. I get that. When you zoom in, they make a lot more sense. What we're really looking at here is NVIDIA's run-up, consolidation, a run-up, and now a little bit consolidation, a bit of a fall, but a hold, right? We're holding at the previous resistance, 97. Now, in the previous workshops, we said after we touched that 97 once, we bounced off of it. We didn't make any new higher highs, right? NVIDIA's making lower highs, which would indicate a downtrend. The lower lows also downtrend, but now we have not made a new lower low. Once this new lower low comes here, it will play out like that. If it should, I shouldn't say when it does, if it does play out. But this is what we were looking for on a bad earnings report. Not to say that earnings would have been good or bad numbers-wise, but just the reaction from it, right? You can have a really good earnings report, and NVIDIA was known for that. NVIDIA used to have the best quarters. You can hear them in the report. This is the best quarter NVIDIA has seen in 10 years, in all of its, existence, whatever. And the market reacted poorly. People trade how they want to trade under earnings guise. They don't necessarily trade if the company did good or bad. It has a lot to do with guidance or, lots of stuff. The point is that we were going to track the reaction from NVIDIA. A reaction to a good one would have sent us to the 141. a reaction to the downside, well, it had a lot more downside. It had some support here, but if you look on a macro view to finish that trend down to 97 again was an option, right? We're almost completing that down. I think we adjusted it to 100, didn't we? Yeah, 97 was at the bottom of that gap, and then we adjusted it to the top of the gap to play it a little more safe. This was what we were talking about in the workshops in the last month. This is not something that we focus on in QTA. This is my personal outlook on it, and a good example that we used in NVIDIA to show how to use QTA tools. So don't let, what do they say? Don't let my explanation of QTA be your explanation of QTA. These are tools. I mean, a hammer in one person's hand can be used a lot different than a hammer in another person's hand. And that's what, Brian always prides himself in, as being the creator of QTA, but he identifies as a user. He identifies as a part of the community, a part of the user. And he posts a lot of what he talks about. I mean, the videos, if you're coming here from watching a Trading Live video, you know how thorough Brian is. And that's what he does. That's what he talks about in option spreads. If you're into spreads, get yourself the option strat and join the conversation. Brian, he lets you into his mind. We always try to say that this isn't a place to shadow trades or follow a trader. But in Brian's mind, hey, I'm making these trades. I'm the longest user of the QTA system. Why not post when I'm trading? And that's the thinking. He's one of the pack. But he lets you in exactly what's going on. And it's not just, look at me, look how good I'm doing. He'll let you know, oh, man, this went a little different. Let me show you how I'm going to do some maintenance on it. Let me show why I decided to cut these 5 contracts of 20 cents a piece. Things like that. And it's BK Brown. What's up, BK? So if you're into spreads, if you're coming in with a little experience on that side, option spreads is your jam. If you're coming in new to quant trading specifically, quant chat is where you're going to want to hang out. This is where we post the GEX. This is XPX engine here. I think that's the XPX. No, I'm sorry. That's just the NQ chart. Just all the charts that we're going to be talking about today. This is where you're going to find them, and you get a little more acclimated into the system, right? And take time with it. Like I was using the analogy of a hammer in anyone's hand. If you gave someone a power tool for the first few days, they're going to be, okay, I know how to use it, but I'm not super savvy at it where I'm going to be building structures. So, again, my analogies are terrible. They're terrible, but they're there, so we have to deal with them. Oh, that's good tea. What do we got? Bromley Estate Tea. Today's sponsor. So that's a little bit of a rundown of QTA. That's how it works. Now we want to see it work, right? So we have our technical analysis, which we all know from our own experience. We can overlay that with the quant charts. We have 2 spies up. We got to make one of them NVIDIA. So we can use our eye that we're most comfortable with. And then we can use the quant chart to overlay the math side of it. We find levels, and then within those levels, that's where we pull up the GEX, and we find sentiment for the drive between those levels. What does that mean? All right, let's break it down. So let's play NVIDIA for the week, right? We have, 10 minutes? 10 minutes before market open. Let's see where I would play NVIDIA for this week into next week. This is all hypothetical. Use paper trading. Do not follow these trades. But this is where I would be looking for a potential play. Right now, I'm looking at NVIDIA's about reaching support. We're about 5 points away from that 100 support line. You can argue there's another support right below it at 98. The move is almost over. The move down on NVIDIA. The easy move, I should say. The easy move down is coming to an end, right? Red day, indecision day, big red day. This is not a really green day, even though it's a green candle. We still close lower than we closed the day before. And that's all under candlesticks game theory and everything that we're not going to get into that so much. But if listen, by the way, if anyone has any interest in learning charting, technical analysis, anything like that, reach out to me. I do one-on-one sessions. I think Brian was doing one-on-one sessions, but he's got a lot on his plate coming up in fall. But if you're interested in just getting a working knowledge of options or a working knowledge on charting, reach out to me. You can find me in chat, or you can email me at doc@oneononestocks.com. So now we're reaching the support. NVIDIA is not somewhere where I'm going to be like, okay, I feel very comfortable putting in puts to 100. It's two things for me. One, it's not such a big move, but it's 2 days left in the week. So this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be battling out in my head. I'm going to be disagreeing a lot with what I say, because that's just how I do it. I try not to get biased one way or another. I don't want to sell you guys on one direction. I want to try. That's the first boy name band drop of the day, One Direction. Okay, gotcha. We'll try and work in a couple others by the end of the day, and then we'll have a theme. Every day will be a theme. This is a terrible idea, Doc. It's terrible. Let's just stick to trading. So what do I think about NVIDIA? I think NVIDIA is going lower, right? This is the macro theory on NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA is going to touch 197 again, battle around there, and I think with market sentiment, if it starts to creep in more and more bearish, a break of that could send it down into the 80s, or even this like 76 mark or 75 mark right around here. A hold here would be paramount to go higher. But then again, a hold here, bouncing up, and another test, we didn't have a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder situation. This is how patterns unfold. What we want to try and find is the direction to the next train stop, right? We know a train makes a lot of future stops. We want to find the next few stops and play that accordingly. This is how you swing trade. If we're investing for, to hold this for 10 or 15, 20 years, we would find entries around this support. Once that support is found, we start buying entries and buy in. Another way to get in, dollar cost averaging, right? Easiest, most tried and tested way to invest would be $100 every Friday out of your paycheck into something you generally believe is going to be a lot better. $100 every week, no matter if it's the market's down, the market's up. Do not try and time the markets. In swing trading, we're trying to time the markets a little bit. We're trying to find a good entry and a good exit and get in and out in that time period. When you add the element of options, you're now adding direction and time. So we want to be in and out, catch the move, and get out of it. So 6 minutes till market opening, we're going to see what we're looking at here. NVIDIA has found this little bit of support here, and as we're staying at the same level, 103, 103, 103.80, whatever, the RSI is climbing, right? It dipped down with it when the stock came crashing down, but as this price is staying steady, RSI is rising. At first glance, you may think, okay, that's a little divergent, right? It's more of a bullish sentiment on the RSI. You also can look at this as charging, or the potential energy is charging before becoming kinetic, meaning it's almost like an archer when she pulls back her bow. She's charging up that potential energy to explode downward. You can confirm that theory by looking at the MACD. The MACD, as it came back up, it stayed in the bearish territory. The histogram barely got green, and now it's turning red again. This is bearish sentiment. If it had broken above and held that, you can say, okay, NVIDIA might be making a little bit of recovery here. This to me says bearish. This to me says bearish. And then finally, the Vortex indicator, which is one of my favorite indicators as of this year. This is telling us that, okay, we're in a downtrend still. We're not really testing a trend change, at least on the 30-minute chart. And number one question I always get asked is, what time charts do you use? And I say all of them, and people get mad at that, which is true. But if you want to get a good, look at the market, 15 minutes to 30 minutes, back and forth will give you a good mix between a macro view and a more detailed view. And then obviously when you get into day trading, when you're finding your exits, your entries and exits, minute and 5 minutes come in handy. And even, in that high frequency times, I've been down to 30 seconds to 15 seconds. You don't trade on that. You just get in to get a glimpse and then look back up. It's like looking downfield, downrange, in combat and using binoculars rather than your own eyes. Hey, this is Doc. Yeah, sure. I'm actually live right now though. Can I? Yeah, doing it live trading. Sure. Yeah, man. I'll send you the link. Yeah, actually, yeah. This conversation is live. I didn't mention your name. All right, take care. Sorry about that. So 15 to 30 minutes is the right time frame to kind of get a good look at it. But once you start finding those specific timed entries, especially for intraday, 1 minute to 5 minute, you want to peep down into. So in a couple minutes left, we're going to see a game plan of NVIDIA. We're going to see if we break this 105, I'm sorry, the next stop will be 100. A quick look at the GEX. Did I pull it up? Yes, I did. The GEX will find... We uncheck all. Check Fridays. Submit, and it generates our own individual GEX report. And what do we say? 105, this is where we are now. We have a drawdown to 103, 100 here. Absolute GEX. Turn this on. This will give us the values behind it. This one is the highest one. That's where the bar is. 105 is the next one. And that's where our spot price is. This one's creeping up, 100. This is all going to change when the new fresh data comes in. Call open interest is up to one of the. Let's see the put open interest 100. That's our strongest pull, and if the put volume is also there, that would be a strong magnet and a strong support. Let's see how that lines up. Whoa, it's a toss up. 105 where we are now, 100. So this would go with the theory that if 105 breaks, 100 is in the charts. 103 is a strong magnet, so we could see if it does break, it'll probably suck down to 103 a little bit. Have a little maybe hesitation there as it eats up all those high liquidity that high liquidity strike, and then 100 on the back end. Once the market opens, we should get fresh data in. I'll hit refresh after a minute or two past 9:30, and we'll see how that plays out. But remember this in our head. Remember this in your head, or my head, whatever. And then we're going to come back and look at it again. So now let's say if 105 holds, is there a call open interest? Look how lower the call open interest is than the put open interest and put volume. So the call volume 115, that's the highest one. That's pretty interesting. That's a far away play. If 105 keeps holding, or if we touch 100, that'll be interesting for maybe next week. Just keep in the back of my head, back in my mind, your mind, our mind. Call volume again, 110. We will go back and look at SPY, but this live trading session was going to be more geared toward the mega caps. You know, we're looking at the equities rather than the funds and the indexes or the indices. Oh, here's our NVIDIA puts. This was a very good one, 115, 118 from the 30th last week. We can get rid of those. Clean this up a little bit. These are all the NVIDIA, what do you call it, derivatives. All right, market's open. So now if NVIDIA runs down, it's going to test this support right here. And if that holds, we can look this way. If it holds, comes back again, and we breaks, we also have 100 below it. The RSI is in the 30s. I mean, it's recently gone lower than that. It's recently gone down to 11 or 10 even, right? If you look left here. So being that it's borderline 30 is not a reason for it not to go down. It's just letting you know, it might be a little difficult. But those barriers in RSIs are not, they're not areas of absoluteness, right? So when you get RSI below 30, it's not an absolute that is going to come back up. It's just letting you know it's getting a little cold. Unlike my tea here, Bromley Estate Tea. The only tea I trade with. That's not true. This is not sponsored by any means. Disclaimer. So again, thank you guys. Welcome. This is live trading. It's your boy Doc. We're going to be focusing on QTA, quant trading app today. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button because it's kind of cool. Takes you 2 seconds. I appreciate it. Apparently helps out algorithms and stuff. All that good stuff. Here is another possible situation for NVIDIA. NVIDIA, feeling a little strong, could come up and test again 109. If 109 gets tested, I'm really going to like to see it come back to 104 and possibly 100 into tomorrow and next week. A retest of this and a hold of 109, that's important, hold of 109, would then solidify the idea of going down further. If we do break this, we can just break and retest on the other side. So it's more like this. An early break of 105. I think there was another support like one right over there. Let's just zoom out and try it. No, it's too far back. But this is the idea, right? If you have an easy break, like a slip almost, you see if NVIDIA slips, it'll come back up, retest it to go down further. If we come up here and this holds, obviously that's not, I should drone this on a higher time frame. It may not happen in this quick of a fashion, but especially a quick, strong move up is almost like a retest. It's almost like walking through a door and then tapping behind you to make sure that door closed and that you have now a closed door behind you. Again, analogies. These are not pre-thought. These are not prefabricated analogies. So that's the idea. All right, now let's check. Let's go check on that GX. All right, we're set. NVIDIA. And this is, you come here, you hit refresh, you get fresh data. Otherwise, once the trade is in, we can go to the gamma feed, the GEX feed. All right, so now that 100's got a lot bigger, right? Remember that 100 was a little lower? Now this GEX is probably the largest one. We have 36.5, 19.7. Wow. That's the absolute GEX. Absolute GEX is much higher than it was before. Much, much higher. So I'll be watching this. If this absolute GEX becomes the primary, this is now going to be the highest target. For right now, we're between these bookends. We're between these. So this is just as much an attractant as this one is. We have not a clear direction yet. We're going to wait for technical analysis to tell us when we have either reached the destination and we can start going down, or we're testing this area to either bounce back up or go down further. Again, this is a perfect opportunity. While this is going, it's going to be testing the overnight highs. It's going to be testing this 107.5 area, and let's just make a little note of that. So for anyone tuning in, this is the overnight high. That's going to be our first test, 107.50. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to add another expiration to our chart on the advanced GEX tool. This is now incorporating Fridays, tomorrow's expiration, and next Friday's. It'll give us a more of a diluted or more spread out statistical range. Only by 1 week. 100 is now clearly the negative winner. Also, keep in mind, these are now red. These are sometimes like a marine or navy blue. When they're red, it means the net GEX is negative, right? The overall environment is negative. What does that mean? The clear takeaway is more volatility. More back and forth, back and forth. When we have a non-volatile environment, it's easier to say, okay, we're going to have a nice, path up to one direction. More volatility, more bouncing around, more eyes on the screen. Absolute GEX highest at 110, tertiary is 100. That 105 is that in between. This is going to be our profit target if we decide to play the downward side, the downward move once we get to that 109, 110 area. What else can we look at this? We're going to shut the absolute GEX. We'll look at the put open interest to see how it is on the 2 weeks. At 100, right? Clear. The put volume is going to be there also. Clearly 100 is the goal. So now we have to find the intermediate destination. We have that 100, that's a destination. But is that going to be our first destination? It would be, let's say, we can see the trade idea to go, okay, that's going to be a little extreme going to 118 for the call on open interest. But keep that in mind, because a visit to 109 could change this all down here. A visit to 109 could get people nervous. This could change, and we play accordingly. So going back to our quant chart, level by level, level by level, level by level. One level holds, you play the upside. One level breaks, you play to the downside. Same thing happening with NVIDIA. We play it to this level. If this level holds, we play down this way. If this level breaks, we play up this way. And this level that we're talking about happens to be the overnight high. Overnight high is now broken. And this is when we can drop down to the minute and see how that break and retest might happen. In a fast momentum trade like this, you may not have a break and a retest. You may just have a, what was that? Like a 18-wheeler running over a pillow. You barely feel it, right through it. If that's the case, if we go right to 109, that would just pique my interest more of a turnaround. A fast move in one direction, there it is again. Now, a fast move in that direction will just solidify, okay, we need to take a correction and people will take profit. Remember, intraday trading is all about the easy money. So a fast move up and a little bit of hesitation, people start to take profit. And if more people are selling than buying, that's just when you start to have a downtrend. So I guarantee you there were people looking at the overnight high just like we were, and they're playing accordingly. Let's even drop it down to the 15. Yeah. Looking a little hot, right? Looking a little hot in the RSI, the MACD. We should see a retest here. Now a hold on that retest, if it does retest, a hold on that will give us more confidence to reach that 109.35. More confidence to fill this plan out. And again, if we don't even go right to retest, a touch of 109 would really, interest me to start looking downward, because now we have a range, we have a box, right? We have a range for the day. We have a overnight low of 104.14. Let's just say 104. We have the overnight high of 105. When that's breached, we look back, we look left. What do we have here? We have this is the high of yesterday, but this is the more contended area. So we'll put a subline right there. Let's just call this 110, right? So now that we have this 110 on here instead of the 109, 110 sounds familiar, right? Where does 110 sound familiar from? A couple places. One was that the GEX, the absolute GEX, the highest absolute GEX is at 110, right? And I think on that tomorrow's expiration, let's just find out rather than speculate. Absolute GEX 110 for Friday also. And I think the call open interest had something to say about it. A little bit. 115 is the highest call open interest for tomorrow's expiration. So 110 looks a lot better than this 109.35 that I had marked off here. So this is where confluence comes in. You check yourself. It's like doing the math problems. I might be dating myself, but in middle school when you did these math problems, you work out the problem on a piece of paper, and then the teacher will say, okay, now prove your work. You then have to work at it in a backwards fashion to say, this is how I got to this problem, not just using calculator. I think now there's a whole different type of math being taught. So I may be dating myself. The idea that we're back testing here on the overnight high is very bullish, and it's holding. If this if this had fallen, you had the VWAP right here as supporters also. So this move to 109, now I'm just going to call it the move to 110, right? I'm going to reduce this as importance. I'm going to make this a little thicker. Now the move is to 110. If we stop at 109.35, I'll get to say, oh, well, that makes sense because this level was really the hot level yesterday. But the move is to 110. Why did I change it? Because of the absolute GEX is at 110. Because of this little spike of call open interest is at 110 and not 109. And it just looks like a nice road to come up here. I'm going to watch the rest of this GEX as we reach 110. Or I should say if we reach 110. Because this value is not holding. This value is not holding. So the VWAP, if this value breaks, the VWAP will be the support. But let's stick with that theory. If we go to 110, this may change. And if we stay at 110, if we keep knocking on that door, there you go, it's holding. If we keep knocking on that door once, twice, 3 times, lady. No, if we keep knocking on it, you will see the GEX values change. We'll see the sentiment change. We'll see the open interest change in strikes that are above 110. If the price action proves to want to go higher, people will want it. They'll say, hey, you want to go higher? We'll take you there. All right, the tea is kicking in. So if you guys were getting a little annoyed with my corniness, you better hold on to something. Amit, how are you? Can you show the QTA intraday script and what levels does that play from GEX charts? Sure. The intraday script are the quant charts. You can overlay the scripts onto your trading platform. Trading platforms like TOS, Thinkorswim, or TradingView. We'll open this up and show you. All right, well, I'm not gonna open the scripts right now. I might have a couple things running too much. But when you open up the scripts, you apply the scripts to your own chart, and you'll see these levels out on your chart. I'm on the website all day, so I just come here. And plus, you can see that I have just a few lines here. So in order for me to get a better picture, this is just basically how I operate. I'm able to look at this, remember these lines, and I overlay them, and that's how I operate better. If you operate better with all your lines on the same chart, by all means. But these are the intraday levels. Every day, you're going to get the new scripts at 8 a.m. Don't hold me to that. I think it's 8 a.m. or maybe 8:30. And every week, Sunday after 5:30. The intraday levels will change here. These two gray lines, these will come out every day as new. The VWAP will be fresh to this session, and the 2-day VWAP, which is this session and yesterday's. That's the thicker gray line. It's a more smoother line. The weekly levels will stay the same, the buy and sell and the 2 sigma lines. Those levels will stay static throughout the week. The intraday levels are here. The intraday levels, again, let me stress this, they're not impassable levels. They're used as a range, just like we did a range on the overnights and the overnight highs and lows for NVIDIA. It's a range to be played. So if we test this area, if we test the intraday, we break it, come back and hold it, that's affirmation that will go higher. If we come back, test it, and it fails, we're going to look lower. So opening this, and let me see what we're on here. The 5th. Yeah. Something just looks different for me on this. No, that's just my eye. I see. I got it now. Sorry about that. The idea is that we're going to look for levels that coincide with each other, right? That create confluence. So right here, we stopped at 108, 109 on the Quant chart. That's a 2 sigma line, right? It's using that as a resistance. It's using a statistical boundary, a statistical limit. So not only did we find this line with our eye from yesterday, using this as a high level of resistance, it now comes up as a 2 sigma line of area, right? 108 to 109 area. This is a 2 sigma barrier. So this adds confluence to us. Now, on the other side of that, what do we see? 103, 102. That intraday line, I don't remember seeing 103 as an area of interest on the GEX. Or no, I'm wrong. It is. It's right here. High GEX at 103. So there you go. There's more confluence. And you add these together, and then you start getting an idea. So now I'm thinking maybe that 100 is not as easy or straightforward as I first thought. Is there any put open interest there? Sorry. A little bit. 105 is a little higher. So you meld these all together into your brain, and then you come up with a theory around it. You know, this isn't like, I hate to use it, but when other people say, you got to learn this one small strategy to make all your dreams come true. Okay. This is learning how to trade quantitatively. This is not a magic trick, right? Everything kind of makes sense, and it backs up. Everything backs up one another. Technical analysis that we saw, the way we're able to find our lines and compare them against mathematical lines, to me, that's satisfying. To me, that feels good. You mean someone else with a statistical degree or a computer that knows statistics likes where my lines are? That sounds good to me. But I'm sorry, what's up, Meet? Did I go off from your question? You show QT NVDA script, and what levels does that plot? Yes, okay. So the levels for NVIDIA, right there. What we're going to look for if 2 sigma breaks, a revisit to this is the sell zone. No, the buy zone, sorry. But now it's going to be actually a little bit of resistance because we're on the downside of it. Remember, if this holds, this area of resistance here, or even up to 115, where we saw on the GEX chart right here, 115. Where did I see that? Yeah, right here, 115 call open interest and call volume and high GEX. 115 could be an area for tomorrow. If this, like we said, when we got to 110, we'll make another trade decision. When we get to 109, 110, we're going to make another trade decision if we're going to break and go higher, or if this is going to hold to go lower. Right? Right now, we're playing a run up to the breakdown. If we start bouncing around here and we start knocking on that door, that's the really poorly drawn line. I'm going to leave that in gray just so I have them. I'm going to bring all my shoes and my glasses. If you get that reference, you are a rock star. So here we are retesting the overnight high. The VWAP is catching up. So once this VWAP comes in line to the overnight high, we'll have confluence. We'll have a dual support. And that could drive us to test this 110 area. But as of right now, it's still battling it. Let's look at one on the minutes here. Hold, hold, hold. VWAP is leveling off instead of meeting the price action. So we might actually see that VWAP come into play. It's not coming up and melding. I think that's right? It's not becoming one with this as easily as I had imagined. We shall see. So in this little bit of a downtime, let's look at the SPY. Let's take a look at the SPY. Terrible accent. So again, the SPY, right? We had a bit of a bad day a couple days ago. We found support. We can look back here. When the break came back and retested us, letting us know that this was an area of support. We made that line thinking, you know what? We put this line here just in case we need to revisit it again. And guess what? We did. Revisit it again, and this was our exit. We did not expect to break through this line because this line was here. It was proven as support. So now as this line, if we trade sideways, it would make sense to stay within trend. And what's that trend? This is the trend that just, like drawing, like giving crayons to someone and saying, draw some stuff on a chart. This is what my mind created, right? There's no mathematical sense or backing to say that this line exists other than just my own gut and experience applied on paper or on screen. We could trade sideways and touch this to go higher. We trade sideways and break this to go lower. We could break it now and break again. Anything can happen. What we're going to try and play is the in-between. We don't want to guess to see what will happen. I play once it tells me what it's doing. In other words, I'm not a player on this. There's a bunch of people that are in the QTA universe like, oh my God, this is great. What are you talking about? This is the perfect iron condor. That's great. I can't. I spent a year under someone who liked to do iron condors and butterflies. It had just got a bad taste in my mouth. But this is for you, and this is where the SPX trade engine would come into play. You check that out, and it'll give you. Let's see. Let's just peek in, do a little peek. This is where you find the alerts on SPX. I'm almost hesitant to even dive into this right now. But this is an idea that it'll give you. An iron fly, the morning iron fly. Price, target, estimated margin, your risk, your reward, your average time in the strategy. And this is what it looks like. This is where you come if you're really into the SPX and trading spreads. I'm not going to get too much into that. I really want to stay kind of on the basics. But let's take a look at some updated NVIDIA feeds. So here we go. Perfect, right? We were talking about earlier how the negative environment would be red. When it gets to that blue, it becomes less volatile, becomes a positive GEX environment. So now the sentiment has changed. The sentiment has shifted from when we were looking in the morning like, oh, this is a high area of liquidity. This is high GEX. Well, what's going on here? We might be looking lower. Now, as NVIDIA is climbing through today, people are becoming more positive about it, right? But there still is this one area of 110, this call volume spike. To me, this is an area of high resistance, and there's no comparison in the other call volumes above it. This is an area of high attraction, meaning max pain, the absolute GEX, and the high call volume. It also is a high area of resistance with the max pain and with that call volume. So it's a sticky wall, or it's a magnetic wall, right? It's drawing the price action up, but it's also saying that it'd be harder to go further. There's an attraction there to go further, 115, and if this breaks, 115 is the goal. But right now, this is our first waypoint, if we put it like that. The SPY is battling its overnight high. We'll come back and check on that in a second. NVIDIA is still trying to find that support. When it's finding support, it's still battling with the support, I should say. It's still touch and going. The VWAP is getting closer. The RSIs are really just staying flat. Okay, here's another good way to use the RSI. If the price action's going sideways and this RSI was dipping lower and lower and lower, getting back to close to 50, it would be a nice way to say, oh, 110 is much clearer of a destination. The RSI is resetting. It's coming down. The price action is staying steady. It's like getting to one point and then using this potential energy to push it up to a higher one. It's coming down a little bit. If you want to zoom out a little bit, the RSI is coming down as the price action is staying steady. It's just not all the way down to the 50 mark. But that's another way you can use the RSI, or at least that I've been using the RSI in our separate groups. And now you can use all of your investing knowledge, right? Everyone's learned differently. I guess everyone started with MACD and RSI, but everyone's learned price action a little different from the person next to you, right? People went to different courses. People read different books. People worked for different companies. But there are some indicators and some ideas and strategies that overlay and get intertwined through all the strategies. And one of those happens to be the VWAP. The VWAP is probably the most universal tool that everyone can agree on is something necessary to have on your charts. The VWAP is just basically your volume weighted average of where that, and it's a visualization of that average. So if we're above it, think of it as a support to keep you up there. If you break below it, think of it as resistance to keep you down. But it's also an area of, what could be a good way, like a beacon. So if we're really high above and far away from a VWAP, it almost feels unstable, right? It's almost like, when are you going to come back and revisit, when are you going to come home, say hello to your father, huh? When are you going to do that? So you go up really high and far away, eventually you might want to come back and test the VWAP. Another way that works is using the moving averages. Let's get the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA, otherwise known as the 9 line, is a momentum trading strategy moving average. So if we worked on that 9 line, if you're staying above the 9 line, good. You start to break the 9 line, that's bad. So if you traded just today on the 9 line alone, you would say, okay, once we go above it, we're not going to close it until we have 2 bars open and closed below it. So we're in it. We're still in the trade. We're still in the trade. We're testing it. No, we're not out. We're still on it. We're still in it. We open and close below it. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. All right, so we're still in the trade. We're still profitable as long as we follow that guide. That's a quick and easy momentum trade hack. If you haven't heard it before, it's a hack. If you heard it already, you're like, that's common knowledge, Doc. What the hell are you talking about? Trading the 9 line. Great for momentum trades. And this is how people, when they talk about, oh, I trade the first 15 minutes of a day and then I'm done. This is how they do it on NVIDIA. You see a momentous move. You're in. You're above the trade line. All right, we're coming back. We're meeting that trade line. Okay, great. I'm out. It's 9:43. I'm done with my day. I made my profit. It's an amazing strategy, and it works a lot with NVIDIA. It works with Tesla. It works with SPY. Not today on the SPY. Tesla. This would not have worked because we went below it, open and closed it, open and closed it. Yeah, that open and closed. The first one open and closed right here. Invested. We're still in it. We'd still be in that trade if we played it that way. Or if you play the first 15 minutes, you'd be out right here. You get in on the first open and close above, and you get out when you're retesting it, or at the end of that first 15 minutes. That's a whole other strategy. It's a little more advanced, even though it sounds a lot simpler on paper. But again, everything we talk about here should just be understood that we're talking about paper trading, right? This is entertainment. I'm not hardcore financial advice, just suggestions of tools to use. Oh, my tea is the perfect temperature right now. I like it when it starts getting cool. TMI, Doc, TMI. NVIDIA. We are rolling on NVIDIA. So let's see on the 15-minute what NVIDIA looks like. We are trapped within a little bit of a Chanel, right? Back here, came down, tested it, held. Once it was broken, we did not retest it until yesterday. Retested it twice. That could have been opening up for a move downward. It didn't. Overnight held this 104. Held is a double touch. Maybe even a triple, you can consider it. Or a quadruple. Whatever the case is, it held at 2 different instances. Now, we're going to be testing the 110 at 2 different instances. Which one's going to break first? Who's it going to be? Bitcoin Cash is moving. Not really moving. I should stress that. I don't want to make it seem like it's taking off. It's just finally making an upward trend. So thank you guys for coming, by the way. I'm going to hang out a little longer. I'm not rushing anyone out here. But while we're sitting here, while we're just looking at the screens, do me a favor, hit the like button. And if you want, hit the subscribe button. We don't do this all the time. But I'm going to start doing more randomized videos. Like if something comes up, we'll jump on, we'll do a video about it. And I'm planning on not, just throwing videos out there just for the sake of it. I want to have a purpose behind it. So yeah, do me a favor, hit that like button. Let me know that you're here. Let me hear ya. And if any questions you have, type them in chat. I have it on another screen. I'll look over once in a while and get over there. These are the, I think, the 2X and the 1.5X. They're longs and shorts for NVIDIA. This was something I was doing with someone on one-on-one who was not into options but wanted to capture something with NVIDIA. This is a way to do it. There's a whole bunch of them. There's the Direction, there's the Granite shares, and there's the Yield Max. Excuse me. Where's that cough button? There it is. So yeah, this is my favorites. Do not look like your normal. This is what it would normally look like, right? Google, Q's, Victoria's Secret in there. That's one that we follow in a separate group. These are more fundamental trades. Coherent. No, that wasn't it. Coherus, right? That was for my brother-in-law. That was his thing. Let's check on that. Maybe I'll tag him and tell him about it. So just a real quick, Coherus is in a support finding couple of downward triangles here. But the more downward, statistically driven, so it's hard to say that any type of pattern will hold up. But those are the patterns that are there. If we had to pick a pattern, this would be it. Steady support, lowering resistance. That can mean two things, meaning that this is going to drive the price action to break that support, or that this support is so strong that it's going to withstand and it's going to withhold longer than this collapsing resistance. If this support is stronger than this resistance, we'll see a pop up. If the other way, we'll see a crash down. Statistically, if this is stronger, you'll see the pop up. It'll just, finally, like a relief, just breaking through something. But let's stick with the mega caps. What do we want to look at? Amazon. Okay, sure. Love Amazon. We'll start with a macro view. We found that 160 to be good support. Retested it recently. Now we're flying back up off of it. This was the quick, easy move. Back up to that 180 area. Off of that support. 180, we're out of the trade. No, but I had calls for, 190 or 200. Great. You made money on those calls. You don't have to wait till the price gets to your strike. You can get the 190 calls, make money on this move, and get out at 180 at the profit target and not your target. Remember, the price action will go where it wants to go. It doesn't know. It's not like this let you down because it didn't reach your 190. No, it went to where it was going to go, and you won, right? Take the W, put it in your capital, move on to something else, or wait for your next turn. What's your next turn? Well, Amazon rejected off of that area, right? I'm going to borrow this line for a minute, make sure I put it back. And we came down to revisit this, right? We skipped through this gap. We found support here. It's letting us know that this is support, right? We can look now on our two charts. I'm going to use the SPY one on Amazon. I want to leave the NVIDIA up. Let's check on NVIDIA real quick. Hold on, Voltaire, right? 109.56. Look at that candle. Boop. Came back down, but look, found support right away. Found support right away at the initial run-up. That initial momentum move. It came up. It touched an invisible ceiling. Found support, and now we're touching that invisible ceiling again on the upside. It's trying to find support on the initial momentum move. This is a very bullish action on NVIDIA to find support on top of its first spike. This is what you want to look for if you are looking higher. Unfortunately for NVIDIA, that looking higher is running into a nice 110 wall. Support. After it got revisited, it got crushed. It didn't even get a second chance to get up and revisit it again. This would be the second time revisiting that. Because look at the reaction. After it touched here, it didn't start really coming back up until it revisited this support here. So this is a clear range, clear box, 110 to 104 on NVIDIA. When we see what happens at 110, we'll go back to that. Okay, Amazon. Stick to the plan. All right, Amazon. We were looking at 180. Let's add another line because we don't have enough, right? 180 is the technical top. 169 is the technical bottom. Amazon's off to a good start today. It's past its most recent high. So the next high we're looking at is 181. So now what we do is we come to our quant charts. 181 is the technical area. We have a sell zone at 183.50. I'll mark that off on our charts. The 2 sigmas up at 188. Lots of room to go higher for Amazon. Statistically, right? Quantitatively, it's got one area around 103 and the 2 sigma up at 188. So now what we'll do is, since we have our levels, we don't even have to check really our indicators yet. We're going to look at the GEX. So now when we have our levels, we're going to find the GEX that brings us, you know what, let's start at the feed. This is the way you should do it anyway. You look at the feed, and you'll get a snapshot. And now this is Thursday, so this is tomorrow's expiration. 180 seems to be the area that we could say could be the top, at least for this week, right? We have this absolute GEX, which is a draw. We have this high GEX bar, which is a draw. We have this call volume. It's not actually, it's more rounded. It's not as spiky as you'd normally want it to be a resistance, right? It's more easily, it's more spread out. So it's not acting as such of a wall as it would, as we saw on NVIDIA. The NVIDIA call volumes were more spiky, right? More of a clear-cut wall. This is more of a mound, a hill. You get the idea? So then we can then overlay that. So you know what? I need more information. We'll come to the absolute GEX. No, not absolute GEX. The advanced GEX. And then we can personalize our data. First of all, we'll just take a look at everything that's going on here. This is every expiration on Amazon. Up to 200. We have this 185. Call open interest. 200. Call volume. Strong about right where you are now. So there's a high interest of where the price is right now. Is a little bit of a draw higher. Not so much downward. Put open interest, though, can let us know that 150 is a strong area downward. Now, this is every expiration. We want a little more localized, and we'll take the next few. So how do I determine how many expirations to put on that, what we're looking at? This is tomorrow's. This would be next week. And this would be the following Friday. So this would be giving us, we're trying to see if, okay, if a move higher, how far into it do we need? We'll put one more in there. 27th. Then you're trying to visualize. Now, since we saw 200 up there, we'll go up to 200. Borrow this one. All right, so now we have a little bit of a visualization of some action. Clean up this chart a little bit. This might be the cleanest chart I have for a mega cap. Just so guys let you know. This is our first area of resistance. A break of this, we start looking here and here. A hold of this, we start looking downward. So this is not an actionable level to really plan out here. I want to see what happens at this level first. So with that said, now we can play to this level. A break and hold of this will give us this level, and this is where you have those intraday, those swing trades. So right now, if a macro move isn't really in the cards, did I get that right? 170, close enough. 7 cents off. A hold here will give us there, and then we can actually just visit since we talked about it so much, I want to visit it. So 3 weeks out, we're going on the macro view, and then this just is for visualization. Yeah, there's not much to say, we're going much higher, right? This confirms what we were saying. That 185 is still strong. This is a localized move. If we overlay some call open interest, if we have call open interest popping up all over here, that changes the story. See that? Call open interest all up 200. So that solidifies our theory that 200 is a possibility, a strong possibility, or people are thinking that this sentiment is strong possibility for 200. It looks good. Hey, you know what? If we went to 200, it would make sense, right? The way we drew it out. It would make sense looking back that this broke and that broke and we went to 200. But for right now, I would like to see a new support level breached. I want to see this resistance broken and a new support here, and then I'll be looking at 200. 189 would be profit target along the way, and that's how we get it. And what do we see on Amazon? Remember, this is just for this week, right? 183 and 188, those are the next two levels up. A hold of this one right here, 178.62, would give us those other levels. So right around where we are now, we want to see support being made. I would be more comfortable above 181, a more technical hold. That would solidify, or that would suffice or satisfy the hold above the midpoint. And even above that, yeah, forget it. I mean, a break and a hold of the sell zone, then we're really looking up higher. So if you see how all that can focus in on one area. All those levels that we just looked at, all those data points, was telling me that there's a level to be broken and hold here to go higher. All right, Upbeat. I appreciate you. Take care, man. All right, NVIDIA, what are we doing? NVIDIA is now testing that VWAP. Right, we went up to that 190.35 area. Couldn't reach that. I didn't delete this off the chart, even though when we found that new 110 that I liked better. I didn't delete this off the chart because I still believed in why I drew it in the first place was that line, and I think it matched up with a QTA level also. That's why I don't delete any lines. All right, and now we'll take a look. Is there another? Oh, I didn't hit the start. Oh, there is no start, right? It's not in. Usually we do workshops in the public voice and the gold voice. That's what I was looking for to start event. So we do a workshop. I do at least one a week. I was doing a couple a week the last 2 or 3 weeks, just because there was a lot of action going on with NVIDIA. And if we see something, we say something. I think Tesla was another one that people like. Everyone has to want to trade Tesla now and then, right? Tesla's got a strong base of where we are right now. There's a bit of an action. You could make the case down to 215, and without even looking at more sentiment, did a new one just come in? That's pretty fresh. Fresh data. A move to 240 is a weak. This is now support, this call volume. Move to 240. All right. Let's go to the videotape. Oh, yeah. Okay. 240 looks good. Hang on a second. I want that there. There's another line here that I'm not really... Without that 235 line, that 240 looked real good. We still got some room left on the RSI. You know, we're in the same... Look at this. Oh, my God. We're only in that 59 or 60 on the RSI. 200 looks... It looks good. What is this now? What if... That's the gap right there. The gap was up to 246. That's above 235. Yeah. So this is new developments. New developments. 235. I'll make this green. A breach of 235 on Tesla, and my eyes look to the 247 mark. Too many lines, you think, huh? I agree. A little housework here. That's support. This is sub-support. Clean up, clean up. What's this large? This is a large trend, I think. We'll leave that. And this hurts my eyes. My eyes! The goggles do nothing. So just to compartmentalize my trades and my visualization, I use vertical lines on the Fridays, on the expiration dates. And this way I could just know that, okay, this will be next week, this is next week. And then I can get to, you know, play around with trends and see, hypothetically, I just moved the wrong line. All right, you're getting deleted. You are the weakest link. Again, this is not a trend line. This is just a visualization for me to conceptualize a move higher and the strength of it. And you know what? We can... Yeah, that might be a wedge situation, huh? These will change. This is not, again, this is not like a structured trend line. It's just an easy eye exercise. Now it's putting into perspective potential, it's like trying to plot the path of a hurricane. This is the eye, the path, the eye path, whatever. So now I can conceptualize, okay, a move to 246 is very possible. There is a gap over here. We can get rid of some of this. Oh, I remember drawing that red line, and that was very satisfying. I remember, watch out for this drop here against this trend, then boom! Opened up way below it. That was good. I'm going to leave that there. That was a good one. So if we had realized that this trend was holding over here, and we could look at the RSI climbing along with it, saying, yeah, that makes sense. That's holding. The MACD is starting to cross into the positive territory. And the vortex indicator staying positive. We could have... let's just put it this way. This makes sense, right? This hold and pop off of it makes sense. Now, what we're looking at is a break and hold of this level here, which again is the 235. Yeah, I have that right. 235. A break and hold of that, we'll see 246. That's the trade theory. Now what we have to do is see if the other data coincides with it. We'll leave it here. How do we do that? First, we'll pull up Tesla. $238. is the top for 2 Sigma. Remember, that's this week. That's this week's levels. When did we get 238? I had that. Right here. Now it's making sense. So that 238 level of the 2 Sigma lines up with the previous support before the collapse on Tesla. I can't not take note of that, so I'm marking it there. This is a strong move up. We're looking for somewhere to touch resistance and then find support to go higher. 238 may be that if this level folds. 235. So going into next week, we'll be looking for Tesla to make or find support to go higher. If it can't find support, it will come back to this 226 area. So we have all this area to find something to go higher or fail to come back. And this will be the next support to go higher. And if that support fails, you just look lower. And that's really the whole that's the whole secret of it. You want to find the levels of where price action needs to make a decision. And once it does, you track that movement to the next decision point. So if that makes sense, you want to see, okay, this is the next destination. We're not in it. Oh, I missed that trade. Okay, that's fine. Now we start plotting where the next one's going to be. So we plot. If this holds, we plot back to here. If this breaks, we plot up to here. Simple as that. We could have done this yesterday, and we said the same thing. Okay, if we break this, we find support here, we go here. If we break this, we go here. So we broke that. We found support right there. We went here. If this breaks, we see that. This broke this morning, and now we're seeing that. The same thing what we just said about this level and this level happened. It happened previously. I mean, you can't get faster backtesting than that. Level by level, play the actionable levels, and you'll be better off. You instead of chasing. You don't want to chase. You want to anticipate and never improv. Improv? Improv. Improvise. Jeez Louise. Oh, that's good. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So here you have it. So NVIDIA came back, tested that VWAP, and now we're skyrocketing up to that 110. That was a big candle, big movement. Not so much volume, though. Just a lot of movement with not a volume picking up. When we see this volume start picking up at this level, that's when we get the inclination that we're going to go higher. So if this volume is not increasing and we're even going to touch this 110, we'll see a collapse back down. If we reach this 110 and the volume picks up, that's when you see a breach. And then that's when you look for that retest. So we have our few different potential outcomes from today. This was the first move. This was the most exciting, momentous move. If you're into fast trading, the first 15 minutes of every day are very exciting. And if you get good and quick with your trading, that's the place to do it. The first 15 minutes, first half hour of every day. And you can use the same things we did this morning to find where that move has to go. We opened at support. So a move higher made a lot of sense. This move. this move made a lot of sense. When you open at support, we tested it, you see higher. That strong move up could then give you a rejection just as fast, unless the support is stronger than the momentum is. So if the VWAP and this support, this overnight high, is stronger than the profit taking or the selling, the dropping of the price action, that's when you have that bullish sentiment outlook. How's the SPY doing? Okay, SPY's moving. SPY's now broke the overnight high, and now it's going to be testing yesterday's high, level by level. Similar action on SPY that we just talked about with NVIDIA, finding support, 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 support. When you open right by support, the easiest play would be to the highest resistance. In this case, the highest resistance was the overnight high. A breach of that, you get yesterday's high. See that stutter right here? The secondary high of yesterday led to a stutter. Flew up to it, hit it. If you were just looking at yesterday's high, you're like, oh, wait, we're not even near. Why did we stop? Oh, because the most recent high, it still has to get revisited. It revisited it. The VWAP gave it support and then just blew right past it. I believe that the easiest way when I do one-on-ones in small class settings, the easiest way to teach price action is to tell it in a story form, right? To say it wanted to do this, but this happened. You know, to almost give character to the price action is it's a unique way. I wouldn't say it's everyone's favorite way, but it's a unique way to get people who are struggling to understand price action to understand it. To think of it as a character. Now, you can make the debate, well, this isn't a character, this is all math. But what we're looking at here, keep in mind what we're looking at. These candles, this price action is human behavior. That we're looking at statistical representation of human behavior. Millions and millions of transactions are being visualized by candlesticks that were created centuries ago to better understand the price action of rice. So to say that something is tried and true is amazing. And the fact that we're now using this is astounding to me. But anyway, I digress. So the idea with quant trading is just to give you more confidence and more precise entries and exits of your trades, right? We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're just trying to give you more wheels for your car. Terrible, terrible. So the idea is that we're actually just trying to give you confluence, right? We you know, I could say I was comfortable trading, right? And I would still have, oh, man, I see that we have support here, and I see we have resistance here. But how do I know that this, I'm not just biasedly thinking of NVIDIA going to 110. When you look at the GEX, you can get an idea of where the sentiment is. And when you see other sentiment around those numbers of 110, you kind of be like, okay, I got you. I'm feeling a little confident, a little more confident on myself. Now, this is every expiration on NVIDIA, and it's pretty spread out up to 130. And he's in that 150 outlier there. 130 is actually aside from, no, it is the highest. 45. Yeah, this is not a spike. This is an absolute GEX right here. 130 is the overall. Now, that's every expiration. if we do the next three, I think we saw 110, 115 was the other one too, right? 115, and now even a little higher, 118. So the sentiment is it's gaining more to the bullish side, right? We have this little contention over here at 110. This is interesting. This is a new development. This is a great example of what I call an anomaly. It's not really an anomaly because this happens more times than not. Here's another one here. But when you have, I know if Bryant were here, you'd have the exact perfect name for it. But what I look for is when you have a negative gex and surrounded by positive, or you could say this is a positive surrounded by negative. Sometimes like this, a positive surrounded by a negative, this to me, it stands out. And this happens to line up with that 95, which is around the area of support we were looking at the beginning of this broadcast, right? So everything kind of starts to fit, kind of makes sense. You know, we're not sailing blind anymore. You know, we're not just leaving port in Italy and saying, yeah, just gonna head over to New York now. What's the wind? Who cares? You know, doesn't matter. Just go. You're always preparing. What's all this preparing? Just go. So what we have now is a map. We have instruments. We have theories. We have wind velocity measurements. We have all these other tools to give us a little more of a direction. And that's all we're looking for. We're looking for confluence. We're looking to say that, you know what, I'm not crazy. 115 does look pretty good. Other people think so. Right now, the absolute gex is highest, so right at 110. And I said when we get to 110, we should start seeing action. We can see action a little higher, which we're starting to see, where these are a little higher. I think we did 2 weeks earlier. But you see how this is the monthly OpEx. This is now the highest traded expiration. We want to include that in some of our views. We don't have to because it is going to be swayed unless that's the one we're trading. If we're playing the OpEx, the monthly expiration, then we want to have that included. If we're playing this week and next week, maybe you want to, remove that for a second. You could do that. We remove it here, we'll hit submit, and it'll generate a new one. So now NVIDIA is playing with VWAP as support and not even a steady resistance. It's still climbing. So we have a flag, an upward-facing flag situation. Right? Clear? Upward-facing flags usually break to the downside. Now, NVIDIA is not, or at least for 2024, has not been the most predictable when it comes to patterns. Like this, I've seen this pattern on a macro view before, on the 4-hour and the 4-day, and it just went higher. But that doesn't mean that we just throw the textbook in the garbage because there's been times that it didn't react that way. You know what I mean? So if we're flipping a coin, heads and tails, and it lands 25 times a row on tails, we don't just say, all right, that's it. It's never going to be on heads again. Because every flip is its own statistical outcome. Right? If you flip a coin 99 times, it's tails. What are the chances that you flip it again, it's going to be heads? It's still 50-50. It's the gambler's dilemma, right? When you go play the roulette, you look at the tables. Oh, I landed on 19 25 times here. Something about that 19. And people play 19. Or vice versa. Oh, it's been landing on red constantly. It's got to land on black. I don't mean to digress too much, but that's the thinking. That's how people get lost when they first start investing. They read these patterns and, well, this pattern's, it's garbage. It never works. And they throw it away. But just because the sample size you looked at, it wasn't working. So we'll keep that in mind, that we're in this upward-facing flag. NVIDIA is known not to go along with those patterns. But we'll see, because maybe the other data supersedes that. Right? This area of resistance might be too strong. This support may be too weak. This may make sense. This touch and then dive to revisit this level. And this was our plan to begin with. So let's revisit this. Right? Our plan of a retouch here and a base down to here. That's 100 by the end of the week. that looks possible, right? To me, that's a possibility. And what I like doing is I'll play a lotto in for tomorrow. So what's a 101 put? I have a phone ringing in the other room. That phone never rings. I want to pick it up. Oh, okay, we're good. So we have this one. Oh, hold on a second here. And we're back. So, right, what was I saying? Or testing the theory that a lotto down to 102. If this holds, yeah, 102 for a lotto tomorrow. I mean, what could it be? 27 cents, 27 bucks for a 4x or 3x return possibility. Could be. And then again, we don't need it to go all the way down there. I mean, if it opens up tomorrow at support, take profit. You know, you had a 5-point move or a 4-point move. You know, we're not trying to. I always say we're not trying to make all the monies in one day. We're gonna leave something to do tomorrow. we need something to do tomorrow, and this is the way to do it. Simple, small moves. I think Amazon we wanted to revisit again. There was a, let's type it in the top. I have so much of the NVDA 2X. So Amazon's breaching that first one on its way to 181. And we can look at the snapshot. $180 seems to be a strong, but you could see it if it does, lean over and go to 181. That would make sense. It would make sense because 181 is the technical level, unless there was something on the 182 is the top there. See that support right there, and then touched again, and that's probably why they made that line nice and thick. So let's predict that out. That makes sense, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe too many touches. According to the, I forgot what you even call the A, B, C, D, E plan, right? You have the entry and then A, B, C, D, E, and then F for flush. Or you read another textbook, it's just A, B, C, D, E, F. Either way, we're looking for a breach above or below. This rising support, if this is stronger than this resistance, we see it a breach higher. If this resistance is stronger than this rising support, we'll see a pop lower. We're going to wait for this equity to tell us what it wants to do. If we are in the proactive game plan, you buy puts if this holds with the anticipation of this breaking. So if this holds, you could play the puts downward to a breach down to 169. If this holds, it's okay. You close your puts for a small profit. If this breaks, you close here for a larger profit. And it would make a lot of sense if the next level down was a little lower, like 165. Then that would make a lot more sense. You play to the downside in hopes of this breaking to get a larger gain. With that support right here, right below this trend, it doesn't make that much of a play. To play the downside, I would wait for this to break, retest to go lower. But if I'm looking for the downside, there's no way I wouldn't start piling in. You know, you get 20% of your trade in here, and then when you breach, you add the other 80%. One idea to think about. So, but here's a trick. Here's something. If you walk away with anything, walk away with the idea is that you don't want to trade on the break, right? You want to trade when it's telling you this. Okay, to get calls, you want to trade when it doesn't look like you could go lower. You want to get puts when it doesn't look like you can go higher. You don't want to get puts when you break this to go lower. You want to get puts here when you can't go any higher. Does that make sense? It does. If you rewind it and hear it again at the... What mark is this? How long has this been... Oh, I don't have a timer running. Jeez Louise. What are you doing here, Doc? What are you doing? All right, NVIDIA, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right, we're holding in this upward-facing flag. This MACD is going to let us know once this crosses, we're heading down. If this holds, we bounce higher, we headed up. Down looks easier on NVIDIA right now. Down looks easier. Okay, how far down? Let's get into intraday trading. Let's really focus in now. Let's do it, right? We're having Friday's expiration. This is 100% only expiration that's going to be on our chart. Did I hit submit? I think I did. I just want to be sure. One in doubt, throw it out. Now that's for refrigerator cleaning. What are we saying? Okay, if this holds, the 110 holds, what are we looking? We're looking at 103. That's the next one. Nice road. Look at that paved road. Bop, 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 bop. Easy road. Add the absolute gex. This is the highest. This is the second highest, 115. That's not helping our trade plan. Put options. Open interest, 100. That's a big draw. Further down than a 103. And then finally, put volume, 105. So that's our first target. 105 is our first profit target, 103 and 100. This is if we're putting something up for a breach of the VWAP and this overnight here. Makes sense to go back down to 104. That makes sense. Does it make sense to go down further? Sure. Is that a possibility? Yes. Is it a heavy possibility? I don't know about heavy, but it is a possibility. So a 104 and say a 105 put for today would make sense. 105 put. Let's mark it. Put it on a board. So we got our 105 put at 63 cents. Mark it. Take that. Take that. No, delete that. I don't want to be... So this is delayed. This option is delayed. This is WeBull used for training. I don't use this for... what do you call it? Purchasing orders, but I use this for training. And we'll leave it here. 61 cents, say. Well, I said 64, right? Stick to your guns. All right. 64 cents. What are we looking at? Possible move to 103, but we have the 105 put, so that should easily... No, I shouldn't say easily, because there's a put... Is this put volume? Yeah, this is a put volume spike. So 105 is our first profit target. This is the first magnet. So let's see if 105... how that works out for us. And what's our stop loss, right? What do we get out at? We get out. Well, we would get out if this gets breached. We got into this a little, what do you call it? A little earlier than I would, but this is paper trading, right? We're not using real money. No one here is using real money, correct? Thank you very much. If this holds and goes back up, I would kill it. I would kill what we just enacted at 64 cents. Because if this holds, we're going to go all the way up here. By the time we revisit it again, time has gone by. So if this did not breach right here, we would close that trade. It's breaching, so we'll leave it in place. Remember, 105 is our target. And we'll make it green. Bright green. Dotted. Thicker. Little. Yellow. Different. So here's where the vortex indicator comes into play. Right? Everyone's kind of familiar with the MACD and the RSI. The vortex indicator is the simplest of all indicators. You have a positive and you have a negative. When the positive is on top, you should be in an uptrend. When the negative is on top, you should be in a downtrend. The positive is blue, the negative is yellow. The interesting parts are when they meet. When they meet, you'll have either a crossover event or a bounce. When they do that, that's when you see explosive action in the price action. So just have to go back one direction right here. Again, there it is. The blue crosses over the gold into a positive territory, and boom, we have this explosion on NVIDIA. Conversely, if the gold crosses over the blue, boom, we can have this explosion downward. That's what we're looking for. A breach of this line will give us this line. Down to 105. Let's wait and see. I mean, does anyone have any questions with what I just said right there? Okay. Please. Scusi. And again, to reiterate, if this line holds, this trade is off. Our 64 cent option is now up to 75 cent. 75 cent. If you had taken out 10 contracts, that'd be 11 cent gain on 10 contracts. That'd be $111. You can take profit. But we're looking for a little more. And then you can, to maintain a trade, that's where we use the feeds. We'll just come to NVIDIA, and we'll see how that 110 is holding up. 110 is still resistance, right? Still a magnet, though. Price action is starting to come down. Look at how paved this road is. It's beautiful. In fact, and this is what I do throughout the day. If I see something, I say something. Hey, Bryant's in the house. And I'll come here and I post a breach. Like so. And that's what I do. I'll post the chart, what I'm looking at, and I'll give the area here that I'm seeing. And just to reiterate, I'm seeing 103. as a nice, easy move. That 100 is still interesting to me. I still like that 100. Should I incorporate that in the... Nah. How about we'll add to that trade plan. So now we have the local trade plan. Let's go out to the monthly expiration. See how if that's still looking high. Still looking towards the higher, right? 115. But now look at that 100. That's bigger than it was earlier. 55 million now at 100. And then 105, still good. So you're looking for a 2-point move, right? If we do breach, we'll go down to 100. And if this still stands, the sentiment will look to come back up. How does that look out on the charts? It will look something like this. We come down, we find 100, we come up to 115. We find support here. So this is hypothetical. But that would make sense, right? We come down, we find support, we come up, and we test the top of the trend. If we don't find support there, that may be a possible outcome. So it might be weird to be like, well, why are we just drawing random lines? Well, these aren't random lines. These are anticipatory actions. So that when this action happens, I'm not going, oh my God, how did I not see that coming? We now see 3 possible actions for NVIDIA to take, and now it makes it easy for us to decide which one looks best. This one's getting in the way a little bit. So we're holding the overnight high. We're up still 4 cents on our Friday expiration. That's tomorrow's. This is as close to playing 0 DTE without the significant damage of 0 DTE is playing on Thursdays. You know, a lot of, I mean, I was one of the people that we used to play, it was Tesla Fridays. And it was like the Wild Wild West. It was almost like, here, let's throw $25 at this. Let's throw $2 at this. To play that, it was a lot of fun. It's not what day trading is about because it's too much. You have to look at it at a little bit of a game theory plan, a little more of a gamification, as they say. But when you're playing on a Thursday using a Friday 0 DTE, a Friday DTE, I'm sorry, you have a little more breathing room, right? It doesn't end today. You have a little extra tomorrow. So if we're playing that 105 for tomorrow and, you know, it kind of hangs out here, be like, you know what, I feel we're going to keep it. It's not going to breach the resistance overnight. It's probably going to open up and test that 105. So I'm confident of leaving this on through tomorrow if we do not see this drop today. The only problem is we leave that on and we just trade sideways, that 64 cents is going to be a lot less come tomorrow. But that's why it's a lotto, because we're going to say goodbye to that money already. It's just not a maintenance trade. This is a, you know, take it or leave it kind of a thing. You can make a decision to get out of it if this is not breached. That's your decision. This is where it comes in that it's not good to follow someone word for word. All right. So I hope everyone sees that. The VWAP now we are on the underside of it. So now the VWAP is becoming resistance, and it's going to add to our trade theory of falling down. If the VWAP breaks, that would be a good sign to just ditch this trade for a either break even or maybe a $4 loss. Because a break of that VWAP and a test and a hold, we come back up to here. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks like this is failing, but we need the VWAP to solidify that theory. Even though it looks that way, it could just easily come back up. How's it looking on a minute? This looks very bullish. That's got room to go higher. This is not telling us pretty much anything. If anything, it's saying that we're in a downtrend. But there's no action, right? So we're not looking at a crossover event. We're not looking at a bounce. And let's just back test real fast, right? This is a crossover event. It's letting us know. And what happened right after it, we saw a downward movement. Let's go back to this run-up. Did we see anything possible for that run-up? We saw the blue and the gold got really far away from each other, and they started coming back together again. And as they converged, we saw the run-up. And the crossover event happened in the middle of it. On the 1 minute to the 5 minute to the 15 minute, the vortex indicator will tell us events that can confirm or negate what we're already looking at. I don't really like to use it as, oh, we might be coming up to something unless the technical analysis can confirm it. We should get rid of some of these projections, right? What am I missing here? Public. Excellent. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So the VWAP is what we're waiting on right now. The VWAP to hold will have us break this, and this will come to fruition. Now, what we were saying earlier about getting it 20% and then adding the 80%, this would be a perfect time to use that theory. We can get 20% of our trade plan at that 64 cents and then wait with the rest of our play when this breaks. And you can actually add on to that. So now we had 20% in a break of this, another 20% if the VWAP holds, and another 20% if this breaks, and then finally the last 40% on the retest to go down. We do that just in case our anticipated action doesn't happen. So we're in at 40% here in case we do not come back and retest it. We already have our 40% in. If it just breaks and falls down, we have our 40%. Rather than waiting for that retest to get in. So if we're not invested at all, we're in 0% right now, and we're waiting for this break and retest, and then we're going to, okay, now we're into the trade, we might miss out, because what if there is no retest? What if it just falls down? So this way, we kind of split the difference. And that's really the basis of any type of entry and exit to a trade, is scaling in and scaling out. You want to get the average of a play. You don't want to time it perfectly, right? Because you won't. If you do time it perfectly, you won't do it again. And I'm sure, I've done it twice. Okay, great. The odds are you will not try. You will not time it perfectly. So to combat that, we average in. So we got 20% in. We got another 20% at the VWAP. We can do a 20% of the breach. We're in at 60%. We're holding that other 40% of our trade on the retest. If that retest doesn't come, that's fine. We're already in 60% of our trade to catch this move down. Simple. Fast job, easy job. I gotta tell someone I just said that out loud. Fast job, easy job. $2 points. Meanwhile, Bitcoin Cash, you know what? I'm going to... yeah, the weekend's coming up, actually. I may keep this position. I put a position in Bitcoin Cash, looking at the indicators and thinking a move up was coming. And it's just... It's delaying longer and longer. and it's just frustrating me. Every time I try to time a move in Bitcoin, I kick myself and say, stick to the equities for that. I think Bitcoin is more of a scaling in, like we were just talking about, investment. You put in expecting a long-term hold. And I'm coming around to feeling that. You want these quick moves, you come to NVIDIA. When you think of garbage, you think of Akeem. All right, so now that we breached, we're looking for stops along the way. Do we see any stops? Well, we see one right here. One stop right here. A breach of this is our good to go. This could give us the retest. A hold here could give us the retest that we were talking about. Retest for more lower. How low can you go? So let's see how Amazon is doing with this now. Yeah, Amazon is following suit. Let me guess, venture. Tesla is too. Tesla's hold is testing the VWAP. Amazon breached its VWAP, so we can venture that Amazon could come flying down here. I mean, 175 is the next stop. Let's pull up the Amazon feed. Now let's think of in our head. What are we looking at? 175 is first stop, and then overnight low, which also lines up with that trend we drew. 172. I like that a lot because of the overnight test. The overnight test I'm talking about is this. When a big order came through at 8 a.m., it flushed it down. It held this level. This is going to get revisited. This should get, if it does come into action, this is going to act like support. Absolutely. It's breaching the VWAP. Now it's going back and testing it. This may be a good opportunity for a play right here. So now we have this 175 is the first stop, and then 172 is the green. Let's make that the green. So what we do now is we'll take a look at our quant chart. And I'm going to load the GEX here as that's loading there. So we're going to have fresh GEX, fresh quant. What are we looking at quant, right? This is the levels. We're going to look at the levels to beat. What was that first one? 175? 175 is max pain. Perfect. That lines up. Max pain is an attractant, and it's also a support and resistance line. Amazon has stopped at the intraday line. These intraday lines are updated every day. Right now, it's acting as support. Right where we are. It's got confluence because the VWAP's in that area. The 2-day VWAP is nowhere near it. That's not even a worry right now. That's still in the 175 area. So this is our first breach. This is a breach of this will give us this. A breach of this will give us that. We should not expect a straight line down. There's going to be some contention. We'll come down, we'll hit this, we'll hesitate. We'll come down, we'll hit the 2-day VWAP. We'll see what the 2-day VWAP holds. If it doesn't, then max pain. If not, to here. So if we're playing a 2-day swing, or maybe 1 day into tomorrow, how you think about it, a hold overnight. There you go. A hold overnight, you could play down to the buy zone, the 173. That lines up with our 172.5 zone right here. So let's play that. We'll play that into tomorrow. That's about 5 points away. That should be pretty good. I'm going to go to the lower one. I like my lottos a little under a quarter. 172.5. It's pushing it. I would like the 175. But either way, I'm good with doubling. I don't need to triple. I would like to keep my investment low. And instead of reducing risk, does that make sense? I want to keep I'd rather keep the investment low and the gains low rather than the investment higher and the gains slightly higher. See what I'm saying? Okay. This makes sense. Our call would be the bottom half of this. I mean, our put, sorry. And now we'll pull up the feed. We'll take a look at Amazon Weekly. This is, again, Friday's expiration. We still have that stretched out spike. What looks good? 175. That max pain is a 172. Yeah. Doesn't look too... The 172.50 doesn't look too good, but let's see. Uncheck all. We'll go with this Friday. Now, this is just how we trade on Thursdays going into Friday. This is like lotto style. This is not how, QTA was designed to work. This is what we're just doing because it's today. 170 is a strong one. Let's see with the put open interest. 170 strong. Put volume. Ooh, interessante. So the put volume's all up here. Interesting. How about the call volume? Okay, not a factor, right? 180 is the top call and the call volume. So the 180 is our top. We are on the underside of the VWAP now. So this is going to be this is a perfect example for where we were getting into the puts when we believe going higher is not a possibility. It's harder to imagine breaking VWAP, breaking this to get to 180. VWAP hold, this makes a lot more sense. At least a flush down to 175. So maybe I'm going to move my puts from 172.50 to 175. I might. This is a personal option for you to decide. What we're going to talk about is just more direction. We're not going to focus on actual placement of options. That's more for a one-on-one situation. This is the direction. Meanwhile, NVIDIA, what do we got? Holding right at that line. And this is the potential action we're seeing. Holding at the line, retesting this to come back down. How's it look on the minute? Right? Perfect action. Hold, retest, come back down. If this breaks, the VWAP's right there. If this holds, VWAP's like, hey, no problem. I'll be here when you need me. But the downside of NVIDIA is still in play. How's our 64-cent call? Put 85 cents. So we're up about 21 cents. That's a good amount. That's profit. We don't have to wait for a full move. If something happens, hey, we're up. We can just cut this and go. If we feel that, okay, this is my breach, go up to the VWAP, take a profit and run. We don't have to breach and get into the red just to hold on for more. We're up. Take the W and then reinvest when we touch the VWAP. But if this holds and we start to come down, we don't have to do anything. Because then our option will become more valuable. More valuable. Gatorade is thirsty. Amazon, Tesla. Wow, look at that candle, huh? That signifies a movement upward. But we got to see if this resistance is stronger than you think it is. So here's another good one. When people would see this candle, they would say, "Oh, we're going up. Let's invest as if we're going up." The way I teach candles is I say a candle does not exist until the next one confirms it. Meaning that this candle is not a bullish candle until the next one says it is. Because in a downtrend, if you have a hammer like this in the middle of a downtrend, you can look back and be like, oh, that's a continuation candle. Looking back, if you have that hammer and this next one is a green trend up, you're like, oh, that's a reversal candle. You don't know if it's a reversal or a continuation until the next one tells you. So it's interesting. It's not like this is saying left turn. The car has to actually make the turn for that signal to be correct. In other words, you can have an intersection and there's a green light saying left. That car does not necessarily have to make that left turn. It can go straight through the intersection. And that left turn signal was just useless. So I think that's a good way to look at candles or any type of signals as just that, signals. Until the price action confirms it, or the next candle in this case confirms it, they're just signals. And they alert you. They perk your ears up. You kind of get the idea. That's how I use the 2 sigma lines. When 2 sigmas lines, when they're reached, I kind of get the feeling that we want to come back to the reality. We want to come back to zero. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have to. NVIDIA could go completely down and be not statistically viable, but it doesn't mean that it can't do it, right? So just keep that in mind. Let's get some fresh look. Intraday's holding on NVIDIA. We now have, look at this confluence, by the way. Wrong one, sorry. We have 2-day VWAP right above us. We have the regular day VWAP right above that, and the intraday below us. We're coming to a point. When I said earlier that we could trade sideways throughout the day, this adds to that case. We have support here. We have resistance here and here. A sideways day makes a lot of sense for NVIDIA. And that's all, really, that's really what you want to try to do. You want to find things that just make sense. Rather than trying to find the right answer, find trade ideas that make sense. If one seems to make sense and there's nothing else that makes sense, then you have a lean towards a trade plan. But if you only look at things that look the best, you're going to miss the possibilities. So what do I mean by that? Meaning that if there was 4 areas of resistance above here, and this is the only thing that made sense to go downward, you apply your weight, your bankroll accordingly. If there's multiple things that make sense, maybe you even skip that trade, right? We don't have to trade every day. And if things don't feel 100% confident, don't take it. If you don't know, don't go. What QTA does, at least for me and the people that I've taught it to, is that it gives you more confidence in your trades. We now have more confidence that the resistance of an NVIDIA is looking a little stronger than the support. Not to say that this will not be broken, but it gives me more confidence to say, you know what, I have the VWAP right here, I have the 2-day VWAP right here. The only thing that's stopping me from going down is the intraday, and this, you could call it a technical level. It's not, I wouldn't even call it more technical level because it was breached after that was created. This right here, we're waiting on the intraday to collapse. And not collapse, really. That's a bad way to say it. Or give way. Right here, NVIDIA. The quant charts here, you can refresh them to get the latest price action update. If you've overlaid these lines on your own charts, you don't have to worry about that because your own charts will update the price action accordingly. But again, I use the quant trading chart on the website because I'm on the website all day as it is. So I just feel more comfortable that way. And it's up to you. Again, it's a tool that people use differently. Like I've seen people do amazing things with a circular saw, a couple screwdrivers, hammer, and nails. They can build awesome things. I look at that as like just tools. You know, I'm like, I know those can build things, but I can't see it. I can't visualize it in my head. So the longer you use the tool, the better you get equipped with it, and the better you find your personal way to do it. And listen, if you're thinking of joining QTA, by the way, there's a Labor Day sale going on right now. It's the, let me just get the code right. The code is, I'm not going to say it out loud until I get it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Summer End 24. Oh, that's so depressing, right? No, but actually, that's my favorite time of the year. Favorite time of year is right now, Halloween season. I used to call it fall or autumn. No, Halloween started after my birthday and officially on September 1st. I literally have bins of Halloween stuff that I'm going to be hanging up around my house and outside. My neighbors might like me and not like my decorations, but they expect it. No, they like it. If they didn't like it, I wouldn't be so crazy about it. But this is the public section. This is what, you're used to in QTA. I'm in here a lot. Brian's in here. People come in, they comment on it. When you join, after you join, by the way, to join, you just go up here to Server Guide. You click on the link that it's going to give you. Enter your code at checkout. If you're watching this after the Labor Day sale, this is post September 6th or 7th, I think. If you're watching this after, enter the code, what is it, DNOW30. DNOW30 will give you 30% off your first month as a thank you for watching this video. And let me know, give me some feedback. Leave a comment below. Tell me you don't like my analogies, but I already know that. But leave questions. Tell me what you want to see, and when the next one we'll do it. And what we're waiting, again, just to recap you, is we're waiting for NVIDIA to breach the intraday level. This is the intraday level that you could see on the quant chart right here. 107. A breach of 107 should give us at least 105, if not the 103 area, or sub 103. And that's just the next intraday. And look at this area. This is, we should probably post this. This is what I look for when trading with QTA. Why can't I get the... There we go. I post this at quant chart. Thinking? No. And we'll add an NVIDIA weekly. With let's just say we want to lower, and then we'll let people read the charts for themselves, and they'll plot their own exits. So they'll be able to see 103 is pretty high and 100 is pretty high, and they can make a decision for themselves. And that's really much it. You can trade off of these charts. You can say, all right, we're at the intraday. If this breaks, we should be looking at this, 103. How do we know 103's or importance? Well, this is the highest GEX. It's negative GEX. It's a negative GEX environment, and it's a negative GEX high. So 103 looks good. We have our 105 put in place. We're now up to $1.10 on our 105 put. What was it? 64 cents. So from 64 cents up to $1. Right, if once this breaks, you'll see 120, and it's going to be delayed a couple minutes. But as this falls down, you should see the gains on your options spike. If you want to get out of your options during that spike, You don't want to get out after, all right, we hit here, and now we're hanging out. Oh, I guess we're not going to go lower. Or we're still hanging out. I guess we're not going to go lower. Let me close it now. You'll miss all that. Remember, options work on price action and time. So once we reach here, profit taking. You don't hesitate. Never hesitate. What you can do is you close some of your positions. So once we reach here, you close 60% of your position, you leave 40. So you get 10 contracts. You close 6 of them once we reach here. We'll leave 4. You close another 2 on the breach. And then you'll start seeing real profit taking on the put side. You'll see it coming back and testing this. If this test fails, we come back up here. So you take 60% at the target. You hold on another 20%, close it when it breaches, or you want to wait it here. This is when it comes into your own trading style. You can hold on to them, close them all here, one at a time. The point is that you can do it the way you want, and we can just find the way the price action moves. So there's 2 parts in investing, right, and in trading. It's the ability to spot market direction and also the ability to play that market direction. So you can use the analogy of like a manager or a hitting coach and a home run hitter, right? The hitting coach knows how the body should move and how the arms should rest and how the extension of the arms based on the player he's coaching, what works best for him. The player knows exactly which specific muscles to use to get that extra power in his hit. Together, they become a better hitter. And that's how they can work together. So you can have someone coaching you on how to find these areas, but then you also need the trading psychology or the skill set to play a trade. And that really is the hardest part for not even just new traders, but a lot of traders to understand. So, well, I saw the direction. I knew we were going to 105. How come I didn't profit from it? Why am I getting out too late? It's because there's this thinking of all or nothing. There's the thinking of, all right, I'm going to get 10 contracts when we breach this level, and I'm going to sell 10 contracts when we find a support. Instead of, let's get 20% here, 20% here, 40%, after we breach here, another 20. Scaling in gives you that average, and scaling out gives you the average of the move. That way, you're more inclined to be in profit rather than behind the 8 ball. Sense? Great. If it didn't make sense, I apologize. It's me, it's not you. But we can work on that. So we're starting to breach here. We're going to look at our indicators. Our indicators on the 5-minute, we're in the 40s on the RSI. The MACD is reaching the 0 barrier. Histogram is increasing. It would make sense if this broke and the histogram got bigger and we see a dip into the bearish territory. That would signify a bearish move up here. The vortex indicator isn't giving us anything. And now let's see on the 15-minute. MACD still has a lot to go to get to the bearish. The vortex indicator is meaning now the 1 minute should be a little more extreme. Excuse me. So the idea is that we're thinking is the vortex indicators are now really far apart. They want to come back together again. If they decide not to, it'll stay in that downtrend. Vortex, it could be a whole session on itself to explain how to use the vortex indicator, but RSI is touching on the 30 mark. Remember, the 30 and the 70 barriers on the RSI are not resistance and supports. These are signals to let the human mind know about statistic signals. Like this, you're getting into the cold area. We can go down to 11 on this RSI. We can go down to 9. In theory, it can go down to 0. I guess in theory, it could probably go down below 0. You can do negative. We're not going to get into that. But the RSI can go way below 30. That's the idea. Especially on a momentum play. Being that we're going to be in a momentum play, we can turn on our 9 line. Remember the 9 line trade? Open and close 2 session candles or just 2 candles below it. And you into the put. 2 open and close 2 candles above it. we'd get out of the trade. So for right now, our first open and closed candles, you can make the case, are right here. Open and closed, open and closed. We're in it. This one opened above it, but closed below it, so this does not count. We are in this trade until we have an open and closed candle on the other side of the 9 EMA. If you want a theory, or if you want to backtest how that works, just look at this morning. Look at the morning run-up on NVIDIA. If you got in on an open and close above it, be right here. You stayed in it until an open and closed below it, which wasn't until right here. Open and closed, open and closed. So you got out here at 108.62 when you got in. We'll even do it conservatively, breaking out 106. I would have gotten out after the first 15-minute move when it revisited 9 EMA, but just to follow along with that theory. So you overlay different trading strategies with each other. We found the levels using the quant charts. We found the levels using our technical analysis. We found the sentiment of where we could go using the GEX charts. And now we flipped over to our tried and tested true 9-line momentum trading line. And now we can just follow this as if we don't know what quantitative method's all about. We can follow this as a wild, wild west gunslinging day trader, you know, everything on the line, second mortgage on the house, biting our fingernails. But we can use it like they would do it. We're just using the 9-line trade. We're below the VWAP. That doesn't come into play anymore. We have no support all the way until 105. We are in open area. Open air. And that's it. See now how, even though the price action's lower, our NVIDIA put is not skyrocketing. It's not going up enough because people, it's a commodity in itself. It's not correlated. It's not perfectly attached to the price action. This is a separate product. The 105 put is now a different commodity, and it gets traded differently. So keep that in mind when you're getting it. So let's just pull up the graph. If you were to invert this, it would not look like the inverse of the NVIDIA stock price. It's its own area. So now we're going to find resistance at this. Is this the 300? The 300 moving average. We're above the VWAP of its own. Yeah, and it has a VWAP. This is its own chart. You can trade this put using this chart. It doesn't make sense when we have the actual underlying to use though, but just in theory that you could, it has its own graphs, its own charting. And profit targets help also with your mindset. It gives you waypoints to get out before your target is met. So even though we got in when we broke this upward facing flag, and then we got in more when we broke here, this was our intended target. But if we got in at 64 cents and we got up to 111 or 112 was at the highest point, and we start seeing hesitation like this, we can close it. We can close this trade right now and be up, what is it, 50%? And that's a win. You don't have to wait for the price target or your profit target. If you're up, you can close. I like to say always be in the state of flux, either adding to a trade or taking money off the table. If you have that mindset, instead of, okay, I'm all in now and I'm all out now, it's not like betting on a football game. I use this analogy a lot because it's not like, all right, I'm going to bet on the Chiefs. They're playing tonight. Oh, by the way, yeah, Chiefs and Raiders, I think, right? Football is back. Oh, my God. I'm excited. So the idea is, like, if you're betting on a game, you have to get your, whatever your spot is. Say $100 with your friend Tom at work. Oh, yeah, $100, the Chiefs win. You got to get that bet in before kickoff And at the end of the game, you settle up. With trading, it's not like that. With trading is you get to wait. You see how the first quarter's going. Okay, I see Mahomes is doing all right. I like the way he's doing. Oh, they're crushing him. Okay, great. I'm going to build a position that the Chiefs will win. You don't have to act on a position. You can build into it and then deconstruct it out. And that's what scaling in and scaling out is. You build a position in. Right? We got in 20% when a breach of this. Another 20% when it retouched the VWAP. And then I think another 20% we were saying a break of this. And then we had 40% left to get in when it was confirmed. And now we're just trading on the 9 line. And trading on the 9 line is 2 candles that open and close on the opposite side of where you are. So far, we haven't even crossed over it. This is a momentum line. They call it the trade line because day traders thrive on it. They use this. I bet you there are some traders that use just this, and they do just fine. It's all about how you can use the tools that fit your style the best. So if someone's saying, yeah, you don't need the RSI, all you need is the Charles Xavier. You need that one. No. That's what that person needs. That's what that person does well with. That's why there's thousands of these indicators. QTA tool is one of the most generic, understood tools I've seen. It just works on quantitative math. It's cold, it's hard, it's rigid. There's no wiggle room. There's no bias. There's no anything in there. It's giving you the levels from a statistic standpoint. It's saying that 107 was a hard line or should give a little bit of a trouble breaking. It tested it. On the second test, it failed. Now this line is breaking. Where do we look? We look to the next level. It's telling us that 103 is the target. It doesn't have this 105 in there, but that's okay. We've added that from our own standpoint. We know to look out for 105 from our teachings, from our learning of charting. So we know that 105 is going to be some type of contention. And in fact, I should probably put that in there. I would make the case that it might be closer to 106. Or maybe not. I like this. Coming down. Touching it. Touch. Still closer to 106, though. And if you have percentage goals to take profit, you might want to consider trying to stay away from that. Because if you're holding out for 100% profit, when we got in at 64 cents, so what would that be, 138? I'm so bad at math. Just don't laugh that hard at me. 138, right? 138 would be 100% profit. What if we got to 126? We got to 126 and we're at support. Are we going to hold out? Are we going to hold out for that because we're not 100% and it comes bouncing back up and roll out? Or do we take profit according to what the charts tell us? See, now right here, this feels kind of scary, right? We're breaching that 9 line, that 9 EMA. We'll just zoom out a little bit and see how the 5-point looks. We're not even close on the 5 minute to the 9 EMA. So this is why you got to stay fluid on the charts. The 15 minute, same thing. We haven't even revisited the 9 line. If you're trading on one timeline alone, you're missing the full picture. You know, I go back to the analogy of binoculars on a warship, right? If you're in battle, keep this in mind. Next time you guys are in a World War II battleship, right? You don't want to purely use binoculars when fighting an enemy, okay? You need to use your own eyes and look out. Same thing when you're looking out for icebergs. These are fun tips. You need to know these things. But that's the idea. If you're looking purely on the 1 minute, you're zoomed in too much. You want to dip down there to get a good view, good picture, but you want to use the larger views also. And now this is how we get a little flustered with all my lines. I'm going to reduce these again. I make them a little thick. Reduce them. It gets easier on the eyes. You're like, how is this easier? We're going to leave this line here, just in case we revisit it. But so far, this move is looking okay. Right? A breach of this line should give us down to here. So far, that's coming to fruition. We don't have to wait for that line, though. I mean, we were making profit this whole time. We start getting hesitation here, we could have took profit. And I think this is like 15 minutes delayed, so this is 5 minutes. It'd be like right back here. This should go up to like 120 area before. And this, I don't know. How exciting is that? And we're back. I don't know what it is. Every time. I've been going live in the last like dozen times. There's a power outage, there's a cable outage, there's something. Just had a power surge. Awesome. Anyway, so what are we looking at? NVIDIA. We're coming back. We're finding support at that 106 area. We'll find out where we got it again. But the important thing is we're going back and we're back testing this level that we wanted to breach. This level is 107 level. I got to redo all the quant charts now. I rebooted everything. Reboot. Das Boot. What was it? Right here. 106.89. 107. 107, the intraday level. We are going back to test it. We're testing the underside of it, and it's holding. This is just giving us more fuel to fill this trade plan from the beginning of the day, from earlier in the day. Beginning of the day was up to 110. Once we reached 109.65, we started looking downward. We had this upward-facing flag pattern. We waited for a breach of that, a breach of the VWAP, a breach of the overnight high, and then a breach of the secondary overnight high, which was also the intraday level. Once this intraday level is lost, we look down to 105. Slight thing right here, 105.67 to look out for. 105 or even 104 would be the target of the day. 104 being the overnight low. And this is a common strategy to trade with for intraday, the overnights. And when the overnights don't hold, you look for yesterday's high. So the overnight was lost, we look to yesterday's high. And in this case, overnight low, yesterday's high created a box. We touch one end of the box, we look forward to touching the bottom end of the box. If we touch the top end and we hang out here and breach it, new game. Totally different game. But if this holds, we look for this. That's the way it goes. And now we can use our indicators. We're in the bearish end of MACD. Trying to find it. The histogram is signaling that we could be looking up. That's on the 5 minute. On the 15, we're still in bullish. There's more room to go down to the bearish side. This would work. This coincides with our trade plan of holding this resistance for further down. Indecision candle right here on the 15-minute. You could see this go back from red to green, red to green, red to green. 6 minutes and some change left on it. If this stays a doji, we'll look to the next candle to give us a direction. If it becomes a little thicker on the bottom, then it will tell us where the direction's going. But this makes a lot of sense. We run up, upward facing flag, collapses, we come down, we come back, we test the breach to come further down. So far, this pattern is holding up. We came down, we retested this to fall back down. And the overall pattern, this is the pattern that we drew in the beginning of the day. Right? We opened, we came up, we found resistance to come back down. Whether this holds overnight, that's a whole different trade plan in itself. I think in the beginning of the day, we were talking about getting a 100 or 102 put. Now that we are in profit, we're 100% profit. No, not that quite there yet. 64 cents is where we bought it. We're at $1.25 now, so not 100% yet. But again, that's just human nature. Even I just did it right there. You look for that 100%. You want to look for that 100%. Try to look for destinations on the chart rather than goals on the profit target. But when I do that, I was like, it's not bad to take profit now. Look, we're at 100. We're almost at 100% profit. You can take it and walk away and have a winning day. But we in it. We in it now. We want to see more action down. And there's no reason why we shouldn't. There's no reason why we should not see 105. If this gets breached, the VWAP is there. We have this resistance, the overnight. The overnight high is there. We have resistance, and then also, I think there's one more. The 2-day VWAP is right above us. There is so much resistance right above us, and there's literally nothing down the 105 and even 103. Down is easier. Plain, simple English. Down is easier. Even though we're below 2 sigma, down is easier. Once we reach this level, this 102, you can look for next week for a possibility to bounce up. If we don't reach this 102 level, if this gets broken and we find support here, we're looking for that 2 sigma move to 2 sigma to 2 sigma, 2 to 2. But if this holds as resistance, we're looking down. How's Amazon doing? Amazon's below the VWAP, and what did we say? We were looking for 172, 172.5, possibility profit target at 175. We have that 172.5 put, and we may be in the red on it. When did we get it? We got it at 31, I think. I don't want to, do it on that. So we'll say 33 cents. We got it at 33 and 64. So we're in the red on the Amazon. That wasn't really a official paper trade kind of situation, though. That was like a more of a on the fly kind of a thing. But we'll see how it goes. And I like to stay occupied by no more than 2 intraday trades. There's a feeling that if you get I'll take a NVIDIA to the upside, Tesla to the downside, Amazon to the sideways, and one of them's got to hit, right? No, but it's just like flipping 5 coins and trying to guess the outcome of 5 coins. Each coin is its own odds. So the more coins you flip does not mean the more right answers you have. Keep that in mind. If you find one good trade on the day, stick to that one good trade. Don't dilute it by adding 4 or 5 other ones that you're not so confident about. If you're super confident that Amazon was been going down to 172 take that trade and maintain that one throughout the day. If you're losing on this one, don't look to add, oh, that one's not going up. Let's try Tesla down to 222. Let's try that one. Let's throw that on the fire. Actually, that doesn't look bad. This support should really be a little lower. Right there. See that? Touch, 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 touch. Touch, touch. Stay focused. Now we're looking good. Now looks like NVIDIA could come down. And that's it. Once we get here, we take profit. We're going to leave probably 20% or 30%. So if you got 10 contracts, you want to leave 2 to 4. Runners, you typically leave like 20%. So there'd be 2 contracts out of 10. Leave as runners to see if we get down to that lower end, that 100. We can leave them in for tomorrow too. But the main play was a breach of here to the destination of 105 or 104. I think it was 104. That's where we got the 105s. So we'll leave 104. That's the overnight low. That makes sense. We touched the overnight high. Oh, no, we touched yesterday's high. And we'll touch today's overnight low. I'm going to leave that there. That was the move we were looking for. To find support and then find resistance. And let this support fail. And that's what happened. It failed, and now we're retesting to hold. This is a stronger as resistance. Now, this is a resistance for us now. This is going to be the fuel that pushes us down. Hard resistance to get through, another hard resistance, and the 2-day VWAP on top. Up is looking hard for NVIDIA right now, not next week, for right now. So right now the trade is to hold below this resistance. This is a bearish pole working on, I'm not even going to say it out loud. All right, fine, I'm going to say it out loud. A vacuum cleaner. I don't know why. It just looks like those old style vacuum cleaners. Every time I say it in a session, it makes people laugh. Anytime I can get someone to laugh in a session is good, because talking about candlesticks and math, it's just a lot. So yeah, it looks like a little vacuum cleaner, right? Another test on that level should force us down. If this starts making new higher highs, we're making a ascending triangle at the bottom of a flag. And then we have a whole nother pattern to look out for. So let's see how this plays out as I'm reading some updates over here. So this pattern we were just talking about could create that style. So this is a real solid retest of this level. I kind of like that. You get one session, a 5-minute session candle, straight up. It's like, all right, if we're going to test it, let's really test it. Boom. Flies up there. Now we should get a decision on this next candle. This is either going to break it or fail it. And we'll know the answer a lot faster rather than just tiptoeing around it. A breach of this will give us a revisit to this VWAP and this resistance. And where's the 2-day lie? Let's get a refresher. Right above the intraday, 107.50, closer to 108. Look at all those lines together. 2 days, 107.50. This VWAP is 107.80. And the intraday, 107.39. All through 107. All through 107 is resistance here. It would be surprising to me if NVIDIA breaks above 108. It would be surprising to me if NVIDIA broke 108 today. It's just a lot of resistance here. So it could happen, sure. It would just be a bit of a shock. Remember, this big move, once we had hesitation, that's the time to consider trimming some of this. We were talking about close to 100%. You don't have to wait for 100%. That's the time you start trimming. You take 2 or 3 contracts off. You still have the main part of the trade, but at least you're banking some profit. Remember, state of flux. You're always adding position. You're always subtracting from a position. It's not the way to trade. It's just a way to trade that's been successful. Yeah, I've decided I just do not like being in any type of coins, any Bitcoins in a for a move. It's very frustrating to me. I like to watch Bitcoin, especially on the weekends, for price action. I tell everyone that I teach and I work with to use Bitcoins, especially on long weekends, to practice your price action. There's no more of a natural price action than Bitcoin, I think. Mega caps are up there, but there's a lot of catalysts with mega caps. They have earnings and reports and CEOs and all these other catalysts that could happen that could drive price one way despite price action patterns. With Bitcoin, it's more pure, at least in my mind. So this trade is really slowing down. It's really slowing down. We've come to some hesitation. We went to retest it. We didn't retest it. We found a new higher low. And now we're flagging out. If we stay within this pattern, it only makes the case for this more of a reality. I want to make it look nice. Get there. There you go. Right? Is that similar? trajectory. I mean, that makes sense. And if you really want to get cute with technical analysis, you'll go the entire length of the previous and gives us that. Down to 104, which was our initial target, right? 104. That's why we got the 105 put above 104. So now what we're looking at, I'm just thinking of whether to update. Yeah, I think this is a good updating. No, we'll leave it. Excuse me, sorry. That's what the cough button is for. Here's a good explanation or a good example of where the vortex indicator can come into play. We have a pattern where it could break down further or it could find support to go higher. The vortex indicator is coming to a cross, either a cross or a bounce, meaning the blue could cross over the gold, become on top, and then we can be in an uptrend. If there's a bounce, meaning that if the gold bounces off the blue and shoots back up, and the blue bounces off the gold and shoots back down, we'll have a explosive move to the downside. If that bounce happens in the next 5 to 7 minutes, let's say 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even 5, we should see either a cross or a bounce here. A cross, inclination up. If they bounce off each other, explosive move down. And we'll test it. We'll see if that holds up. The time is now 12:13 p.m. here on the East Coast. Think about getting something for lunch. The lunchtime lull is a real thing. A lot of people can't wrap their heads around, like, I don't understand how people could just take a break when they're in the middle of handling, especially someone else's money. Well, that's what junior traders are for. The senior traders, they go out, they take a long lunch, they come back, but there's someone watching for them. But the people that are watching won't really take initiative and moves on their own. They're given specific orders to trade. If this happens, then that. If nothing happens, don't do anything. So during that lunchtime, you'll see a lull. So from 12 o'clock to 1:15, around the holidays, it could go from anywhere from 12 to 1:30, 2 o'clock. There is a lunchtime lull. And that splits the day in two. You'll have your morning trade and then your afternoon traders. The morning traders sometimes get two actions. For instance, NVIDIA today, the first 15 minutes, a rush up. Someone else coming in a little later said, you know what, I want to wait for that rush up to catch the move down. We were the second party. We were the ones that watched the move up and then acted on the move down. In theory, you want that move to happen as fast as the first move, but it doesn't usually happen that way. It happens throughout the course of a day. We could have been out at the first sign of hesitation and still got collected about 100% profit. We could be out right now and get 100% profit, right? We were in at 64 cents. We're 1 cent away from being 100. Okay, it just jumped down. We were 1 cent away from being 100%. So if you're aiming for profit goals, you can walk away. You can walk away now and have a win. Just keep that into, underneath your hat. Let me remind everyone that we're trading live. Usually I'll do workshops in public voice that are incorporated in the Discord. Today we're doing a live trade on YouTube. All right, see what's happening here on the vortex? They're getting repelled from one another, almost like holding two magnets together with the same polarization on the magnets. They're getting repelled. They're kind of doing a bounce. See how this was a cross? Perfect. We can see that as a cross. That's a cross. Here, they're getting repelled. This is what I was talking about. If you start seeing the gold go up, the blue go down, we should see a move down. Like a fast move. This is looking like 15. 5 looks a little better. I'm going to update the chat. Get rid of that. And I'll slide this over. And this is what I'm going to do for updating. quant. So that when we started, we had that ascending triangle. It looks to be playing out. It hasn't abandoned the flag just yet. But if we zoom out, see that? If we take this away, it's staying within the triangle more so than the flag. Debatable. We'll leave both. La-di-da-di. We like to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. Oh, I missed. Copy that. How did I use this English? A nice support. There you go. You know what? I don't like that. Just get rid of that altogether. Less is more. I don't want to put my bias into something else because now I'm not even sure of my bias, right? My bias was finish the move. Finish the move down to 94. Or even now we're looking at 87, 90, right? Just because we're finding support here, I don't know if I'm on the bandwagon that we're going to fly back up. We may want to retest this resistance 115. That makes sense, right? Going back to our GEX tables, 115 makes a lot of sense. So I'm just thinking in my head, a touchdown 100, bring us up to 115 next week. Does that make sense? Did I say that out loud? A touchdown to 100. No, a touchdown to 100. We would revisit 105. A hold of 105 will give us 115 next week. VWAP coming into play. Yeah. And if I was not, or if I had taken full profit, if we were not in a trade right now, I would consider getting into puts at this hold right here. And if we had missed this move down, too far out. If we had missed this move is in play. A hold of the VWAP. Wow, how perfect of a flag does this look? Hey, Emiliano, are we expecting a bounce reversal once we hit our initial target of 104? Good question. Yes, so let's put that out. 104, if this holds, we then look back to our charts, and that tells us 115 would be good. So let's look into next week to answer that question. We're going to kill this Friday. We're going to remove that percentage of it. We're going to focus on next Friday and the Friday after that for that move. So in case this move doesn't happen today, or let's say we trade through this Friday, either way, that bounce will be happening into next week, most likely. And sure enough, that theory holds true, right? If we do hit that 100, there's not much more down. I mean, this is like sitting there. This goes to the 95, which we said in the workshops that we were looking at 95, 97 as a possible target. So let's revisit this question from the beginning. If we hit 104, are we expecting a bounce? Not necessarily. At 104, we want to revisit the data, right? When we revisit the data at 104, the downside might hold more of a case, more water than a case to the upside. This upside holds, this makes sense, a travel to here, but when? Do we stop where we are here and start traveling up? Or when we get here, I should say. Do we stop when we get to 105 and go up? Or when we get to 105, does this become more attractive and we slip down? So this is a perfect a perfect example. Thank you for that question, by the way, Emiliano. That was really good because we don't know what the market is going to look like, or NVIDIA, for that matter, is going to look like once we visit 104. We want to look at our trade plans as actionable levels. So right now, we're at an actionable level. If we hold this, we can say we can go down. If we break this, we'll say we can go up. But right now we're kind of on the fence. If anything, we're under hard resistance. So the down move is easier. But that's not to say that we can't break it. So to answer your question in short, when we get to 104, we will revisit it. Because that 100 area is really, it's looking kind of sharp, right? This was a major area for NVIDIA last time. Touch, broken, came back up, and then flew. And we come revisit it again. Who's to say we don't bounce from 100? A strong bounce from 104, it doesn't make a lot of sense because it doesn't look like this was a strong bouncing pad. This was. Bounced off of this and then just took it from there. So you want to look at the trade plan that makes the most sense. And if we have a couple different plans and they both make sense, then we wait till we have better information. But that was excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to wait till 104. If 104 breaks, we have 100. If 100 most likely should have, if not 97. These areas are what we're going to look for the bounce up. If these break, then this trend holds nicely. And then let me say that again. If 100 holds, we will see it'll make a better case for a more bullish NVIDIA because it's finding common ground and making new higher highs. If this 100 doesn't hold, we will then go down most likely to 91, to the 90s area, 95, 97. We found a whole bunch of targets in the 90s. Break of 100, we'll see here. Once this trend holds, then we can look bullish for NVIDIA. If I was bullish on NVIDIA, I would actually want NVIDIA to come down more, to just drain all of its energy on a full move down, and that would make a move higher more confident. A move higher here in the middle of this journey down would only make the case of like, okay, 115, like it's going up to test 115, and then eventually come down and revisit it again. Essentially making this, that a possible move, or this a possible move. We come down, we find support at 100, revisit 115 to come down more. If we do not move to 100, if we hold from here, we see 115, I like this move down. We did not finish the trend move, and we did not find common ground. We just made a randomly new higher low. I find when you break a trend, all right, let's shut off everything. When you break a trend, you find common ground. So in other words, we're in this downward trend. If we stop right here, it makes sense. We have resistance here, support here. Finding that common support would launch us upward. If we continue dropping below this and we start finding support elsewhere, in other areas, 82, 88, 90, 91. You know what I mean? It's just all like a matter of perspective. We start making new lower lows, we're down, and we're in a major downtrend. This was the first downtrend, and we started finding common ground, right? This kind of, you could say this broke, but a new higher low sent this up. Now creating a new higher low is more bullish. I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth. I realize that. I'm sorry, but we're just in a point right now where we have not found a good looking support, a good feeling support. Double touch here on 104. It's really up. To be honest, it's up in the air. It's really up in the air now. I really want to wait to see if 104 is tested or 110 again. But the case is there for NVIDIA to continue that trend downward. And the case is there that it doesn't. So we have to wait until actionable levels are touched. Wow, those are really blinding, huh? I apologize. It makes sense though when you get on the lower terms, right? Oh, this is ugly. There's a lot of lines here. Let's cut some of these out. We don't need that anymore. This was our initial. Slide that over there for now. We are still in a flag formation here. Bearish pull down. Bearish flag out. We are equipped to finish the move to 104. And then at 104 we'll see. I've also got a question for SPY going into next week. It's been consolidating in QTA buy zone. Are you expecting lower lows next week or a move back to 560? Let's take a look. First, let's get SPY on here. So SPY is also, like NVIDIA, shocking, reaching its 2 sigma support. It's also its lowest intraday support. If we had to take a statistical estimate or guess, up would make more sense. This is just from our initial looking at the quant chart. We have our levels, right? We're consolidating, like you said, right at the end of 2 sigma. We have max pain all right here, the 2-day view app, because it's all the 2 sessions we've been consolidating. Let's use that theory to go forward. How we can do that. Now, SPY has your 0 DTEs. It's got the SPY weekly, and it's also got next week's on there. So let's first look at SPY weekly. Now, this is Friday's expiration. Lots of negativity. A lot of sentiment down. 540, 545. They're expecting, or people are expecting, or they want, they're wishing, whatever you want to call it, a move down, a drop, a breach of what that support it found right now. And we'll just pull up next week just to get a snapshot of it before we zoom out on the regular charts. And again, a lot of sentiment down to 540. This is next week. This is next Friday. High absolute GEX at 540. High liquidity area at 540. And how does this look on our charts? Does a move to 540 work? Absolutely. If we shut everything off, we are in a gap right now. This gap goes down to 544.50. 540 is right around here. Let's see if I mark that off. $540 doesn't make sense on the technical chart too much. It would mean that this visual line that I drew would mean nothing. Or maybe I just didn't draw it. So, you know what? That's messing with our vision. Let's get rid of that. This was a trajectory planned out once we spiked up here. This rounding is interesting to me because usually you get a run, you get a spike and then a rejection up. You get to come down, you get a spike, or, a bounce up. But instead of the spike and rejection, you have a more rounded area. You can think of that a couple ways. One, it's not a true test and a rejection. It's kind of like a soft turnaround. And another way you can think of it is almost like a launching pad to go higher. When things tend to round out and find support, they launch up. It's kind of ugly, but that's the case. If you have a spike, you can expect a move down. With this, you didn't. We wanted that move down, or I was looking for that move, and it didn't. It just kind of hung out here. It's kind of letting us know that there's more buying pressure than people would think normally with a rejection. So if we came up, we spiked, profit taking, we come back down. Not a lot of buying pressure. We went all the way down and almost went back to 500. And now the second trip up, we're not spiking back down. We're holding that area. So a revisit, I would say, to at least maybe close this gap at 543. This is from purely technical aspect. This is a nice crushing move. Oh, that was a fun day. Was that I think that was a CPI. No, that was a interest rate. We drew a box, and it hit both ends of the box. But sticking with what we're talking about, if we look left, we're in a gap, and then we have a fair value gap right here. There's nothing to grab onto. There's no footholds. There's no footholds. A fall down to 543 would make perfect sense. Using this as a launching pad for higher would make perfect sense. A fail here, it would not make sense. It would make less sense, though, if this were to fall. But if this falls, then we'll see 536. Somewhere it's got to find support. Once it finds that support, that's when I start looking up. But for right now, I'm looking down. I'm sorry if that was a really longer answer. Let me read it again in case I got anything. I've also got a question for SPY going into next week. It's been consolidating QTA buy zone. Are you expecting lower lows next week or a move to 560? So I guess that really answers it. Once we get to 543, we'll revisit that question. Because at 543, we'll have new information. We'll have new sentiment. Right now, we've breached this level, and we're looking to retest it. So let's examine what we looked at the SPY today. We had the NVDA spike up in the morning. SPY did not follow that, right? SPY did not follow that. It breached its overnight highs. It did not get a chance to breach its yesterday's highs. Rejection, hard rejection, breached way easily right through the overnights, and now we're going to come back and test it. It's safe to say that this move could happen because the VWAP is swinging in, and now we're going to have confluent resistance. And now let's go on with that theory. So 550. Is there resistance at 550 that we're missing on the quant chart? What's at 550? You could say the 2 sigma line. The 2 sigma line, that's one. The other ones aren't really contention. I'm going to reset this as then we pull up our GEX. We'll look at the SPY weekly one more time. We're looking for 550 to make any sense. 550 is where the absolute GEX is, the second highest GEX. But also, look at that put spike behind there. That orange spike, that put spike will act as resistance in my use of QTA. There's also a call spike there. It's not the highest call spike, but 2 blocks of call and put spikes on the same level. That's confluence to me. That would play as resistance, driving us back down. And you have all these attractions along the way. 545, 544, and then 540 big one. You know what? Let's pull it up under advanced GEX and then really get into it. Emiliano, how am I doing with your question so far? Am I going off course or am I hitting it? What we want to find if we want to make a case for 560, is first we want to find a case to find support. Once we find support, we can then think of an entry to go further. So let's get the 5 and the 6. We'll take just this Friday. Yeah. So down, much easier. Much easier for the downside. Put open interest down to 540. And this is just this week. Put volume. There's one put block to get through at 548. A breach of 548, 545, and even 540 is open. And then let's try the other side just for kicks and giggles. One here to 552, and then a bit of a blob all the way up to 555. All right, appreciate that. Emiliano, you can come here anytime, man. You're a very positive person to have in chat. How about the absolute gex? What do we say? Where are we going? Boom! Right there, 550. Undeniable, right? Undeniable. 550 is the king. But look at this. We're gaining at 545. We're going to keep an eye on this. As the SPY travels down toward it, we could see this grow. And then we'll see this grow. And that will make a case down to 540. Now that we have that, we're going to include next week. Wait, where did I go? 13. A bridge too far. And we'll get rid of... So what I did was I got rid of Thursday and Friday of this week. I added Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. It's going to take those 5 expirations and it's going to generate a report specific to what we're looking for. This is specific to next week's. This does more. This does a little more than what the weekly snapshot gives us. Because these snapshots are great. I mean, it's a tail of the tape. We can go back and look 15 minutes at a piece and into the past. And it gets us the most important information we need. Call volume, put volume, absolute, max pain, high gex, low gex. But what the advanced gex will do is we can toggle through much more different data. So we can look at the absolute gex. This is for next week, 540. Boom. Huge. We have the 540 highest gex and the highest liquidity at 540. Secondary at 545. A trip down makes sense. Let's get some more confluence on there. How about some put open interest? Whoa. What's that about? Keep that in mind, but this is not something to trade on. But it's just keeping in mind that 500, there's a lot of put open interest at 500. Just take that as what you will. Put volume should be a little different, I'm supposing. Put volume's a little higher than we are right now. And call open interest, 500 again, well, anomalies. And the call volume, if we kill the puts. So even though we have this volume and the open interest here, this is more of an attraction down. Once we get to 540, we can start looking higher or we can look for more lower. But I think right now, the smart move or the more... there's a stronger case for a move to 540 than anywhere else. 563 is the highest on the upside for next week. So a quick move down to 540 will increases our chances to rebound next week. We slowly trickle down. That's going to be annoying. I don't even want to go down that road. But a move down to 540, then we'll look for next. I was like, why does this line look broken? Because I added that little extra tidbit. And now let's see how that... Does that make sense? Yeah. Fly through all this, 543. Yeah, I don't know why 540 kept coming up, where everyone's looking at 540. Am I missing something? This is 540. I mean, it makes sense. I would use this as a profit target first, though, before 540. So now that we're looking at the chart, it doesn't make sense for me that SPY would stop right here and travel upwards. It makes more sense that we finish the move and then have a possibility to travel upwards or more down. And this rounding would make sense. Here we are. We're at a crossroads or a bounce on the vortex. If the gold starts crossing over, that means we're looking for a downtrend. If we start seeing a bounce where the blue starts coming up instead of the gold, if that's going to be a repellent, we start to see a positive move. So it's little indicators that can help with your eyes in the price action. Let's go back, check on NVIDIA. So we are expecting this to flush down right now. That's what we're looking for. The indicators look good for that to happen. The MACD has not crossed over to the bullish territory. This is about to cross. When this crosses, when this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious stuff. So if we see this cross here, we'll see a flush. It'd be very exciting. It'd be thrilling. The Thriller in Manila. Oh, man. Don't forget to stretch. Wake up the extremities. How are we looking on the minute? Make it show. Flush it down. Do it. Do it. Tesla revisited VWAP, rejected, and now coming back down to the most recent low. Still not making new lower lows, though. So a pass of this 106.66 will tell us that we are in the downtrend. A hold of it would just be finding common ground. And when you start finding common ground, that's when you start looking higher. Oh, yeah. Don't forget, you got to stand up. Everyone do some stretches. Stretch your legs. Keep it moving. I think it's like every hour you should have 15 minutes of exercise. I know it's a lot to ask, but it's a lot more fun than the being in the hospital, I'll tell you. So here we can see a bit of a recognizable pattern. We have an attempt. We found the support. We came up. We had a couple of tops. We come back down, finding that support. Raise back up. Testing. This now is resistance. This resistance holds. It gives us this down. This support has to fail, though. This 106.66. Mark that off. This is how many. This is why I get so many lines. It's because I just start marking things off as I'm explaining them. I'm making this a dashed level because it just looks softer, and I want to denote that this should be a soft support. It was tested. The first time it was tested, ran all the way up here. The second time it's tested, it's running into this resistance. It didn't give it enough oomph to just blast through it. Now watch as I say that, it blasts right through it. So, maybe I should rephrase that. If this resistance holds, it proves that this support is not as strong as we think. But as this resistance breaking, this support is stronger than what we thought. How about that? Then the next one up would be here. I'm using this and I'm using that to create this line. Came up, resistance, broke it, tested, broke it, tested. All right, I hope that was clear how I found that level. And if that level broke, then you're just looking at this one. There was a common saying in one of the groups I was with that is, trust your lines, don't move your lines. Meaning that if we were in a trade and we created these lines, if those lines were broken, then to cut them. Meaning, don't move your lines. That was a common thing. Just don't move your lines. I don't know if I agree with that. Because what if your lines you plotted the first time weren't plotted correctly? Sometimes you have to let the price action tell you where the lines are. It takes away a lot of the guesswork. A lot of the guesswork when you're drawing levels and lines and trends. Just let the price action dictate where that is. I just like to float it around a little bit. So another thing you can keep in mind when you're breaking a trend, if you break a trend, you come back, you test the trend. It's just as if you're testing a level. So if I had not that level there, you break a trend, you come back, you test the trend to come down further. The same structure that we were talking about on the break and retest. We'll check out a new NVIDIA snapshot. Should be another one coming out. There it is. Speak of the devil, right? Absolute level has not changed. It's still the primary level up at 110. We should see a shift. And when we see that, it'll be glorious. When we see that shift, it will confirm our trade down to 103, 104, and even 100. So, let's flip over to advanced, and we can drill in a little deeper and deeper. All right, here's NVIDIA. Here's the snapshot. Is every expiration 100 is still king. Let's see, 46.3, and the highest positive 39. So 100 is still the magnet. We may have to adjust our profit target. Let's just use tomorrow. Keep it simple, silly. So the next absolute level would be 105. This was lower earlier. This is increasing. As this increases, as the spot price gets closer, this gets more magnetic. We're going to watch this one. Because as the spot price comes in closer to here, if this starts gaining in popularity, or this gaining in liquidity, let's see what popularity. Let's see the put open interest. Put open interest. Put open interest. Is that 100? Call volume. Put volume. Is that 105? 105 is our first stop. 104 was our technical target. 100 is our. Let me see our GEX target. I don't know if that's. Is that? No, I think 103 now. 103 looks like the highest GEX target. As we get closer to here, we'll watch this. If 100 gains in popularity, I call it popularity. It's not really a popularity contest, but like I said, it's easier to explain things, at least for me, in a story sense. So we're going to watch the absolute GEX. If it shifts down to lower here, it makes the case for lower. But right now, I don't know if we need much more of a case. We just want this resistance to hold. And now we're coming up with a little bit of a pattern, right? We have a shoulder, we have a neckline, shoulder, head, two-headed, and then a revisit. This revisit is going to be everything. This action, when price action gets right around here, it's going to be decision time. A breach of this would make a really good case to go lower. A hold of this could just delay that. It wouldn't make a case for higher, but it would just delay some type of action. We could then consolidate something, but we'll revisit that once we have an action here. Remember, we're still in that trade where it was at 64 cents. 96, I think the highest was like 135 or something like that. So going back to strategizing and actually executing your trade, if we were in a trade for tomorrow's expiration, we got this move down, we found hesitation, cutting a trade right there, or at least taking profit, would make a lot of sense. Because we're in for the easy money. If we were in and out, we would have got, 90% profit. Great. Take it and go outside, touch grass, throw the ball around with your kids, do something else, live life, come back another time and trade. We're in it now, though. We held on because this is going to be, I wanted this to be an all day, or at least significant amount of the day. So we're playing it out. But now that we waited this long, we're committed because now we've lost the momentum, the theta. It's kicked in. It's taken its toll. Now we want to see this move down. You need me on that wall. You want me on that wall. But it all comes down to what happens right here. Oh my gosh. Break it down. So we're showing signs that we're breaking this level. We no longer have common ground to make the case to revisit here. We're actually making a case that we're revisiting breaching this. But if anything, we have a new lower low. This you cannot take away. We have it. That's funny that he's using the exact box. Funny. Whatever happens, we've made a new lower low. The next thing you want to look for is if this gets breached, you want to make a new lower high. And then we have a trend downward. If it even comes to that. This is when I drop down to the 5 and 15 seconds, just to get an idea of the momentum of what it's looking like internally. On the minute candles, I mean, in the minute is a small enough measurement. But to get a little more glimpse into this, you see how the candle's just like blinking, blinking, blinking. You can tell there's action going on, but you can't really tell which way. You drop down to the, say, 5 seconds. Now you got an understandable action. Okay, we're building a case for higher. And we're petering out. Rounding out the top. Mayweather Boxing and Fitness calling. Oh my goodness. All right, so we did not see this retested. We found a new higher low to bounce off of. This is creating a bit of a flag. Again, we're on the 5 second. You can make a case that it's revisiting this area. Right? Because we had a flash down. It was maybe too much for the market to really kind of break through, so it went back and ate up all those orders, resetting back to the right before the drop, Okay, where we came back, retested it, and now we can come back down. So that's what I mean by telling a story of the price action. Sometimes it helps better. Emiliano, say if I were to trade SPX 0 DTE plus 1 DTE and had a favorable setup looking at a 10 plus point move while using a 20K position, would it be too large of a position to use on a day-to-day basis? Position size is relative to multiple things, meaning your risk factor, your bankroll. But I could say that is a very large position to do on something that is 0 DT or even tomorrow's expiration. Until you get real comfortable at the fast swings of it, you want to keep those as almost as insignificant as possible. Because using a 1 DTE, which tomorrow it ends, you run into the problem of an overnight move wiping you out completely. Meaning, if we take a put down to 100 for tomorrow on NVIDIA, and overnight something happens and we open above 110, this is now worthless. It doesn't matter. I mean, if it could come back, but you would have lost everything during a space that you have no control over. For the larger positions, you want to go further out. You want to go 1 to 2 weeks or even 3 weeks out. You can still capitalize on that move down, but you won't get wiped out in an overnight move. Because if your expiration is 2 weeks out, it's not zero if it goes the other way. You'll be down, but you won't be wiped out. So my recommendation for any type of large positions, start as far out as you can, especially with options. And then as you get more comfortable or you're more confident of a move, you can dial it in. And then on top of that, you could split it up. Rather than doing just the overnight, you can hedge it. So if you feel like we're going to go down to 100 tomorrow, get a small position for that move, but also get a larger position, say to 115 for next week or the week after. That will take care of two things. One, it will hedge against if we do open up above 110. And also, we're expecting it, right? We had a trade plan that we're going to hit 100 then come back up. So if we do flush down to 100, you've won using the 0 DTE. It paid for this move. You can cancel that out. If it does go down and you decide to keep that, it's not out of the realm of being in profit because we're expecting to move back up. Does that make sense? It would not be a good case to use because we do have this chance of NVIDIA going even further down. Hypothetically, put it this way, if we were down here and we were saying the same thing, oh, we have another 5 points to go down, I would consider putting in an overnight for 0 DTE for that 5-point move to capitalize on that. But also you can start building a position outward for higher in anticipation of this holding, which is not a move for anyone of the faint of heart or anyone new to this. You want to build slowly. You don't want to just put in a 20K position anywhere. You want to build into it. So if you build in today, you get a one position for 115, and then tomorrow, as we go down, another position, and so forth until you get here. Then you build it, you complete that position. You can make the case for that way. Then playing it on the way down, maybe I'm saying it wrong. In other words, have a call position far out, 3 weeks out higher, and have the short position that you're playing short lower here. So that way you're hedging and you're planning ahead. But just to reiterate, a 20K position on essentially an overnight play is very risky. No matter what size your bankroll is, money is money. You're coming down to. You treat every dollar like it's a dollar. You don't treat any dollar less than that, right? But if you do play a position overnight, it's smart to play the other side. So if we had the 115 for next week or the week after that, we went down to 100. That's okay. That 115 is still viable because it's a trade plan that we said that we're looking for. We're trying to find support to play the upside in NVIDIA. You can play the downside while your upside position's in place. So we get that 115 for the end of September. You put that in place, you keep it, and then you play small positions, small 0 DTs or Friday DTEs downward. That way, if it goes against you, you're hedged, you're covered, and you can make it on that money. It's a little, I maybe need a little more face-to-face to explain that, but that's the theory. It's like a calendar, but separate. Yeah, now NVIDIA is just kind of like messing with us a little bit. It's finding support where we did not want it to, essentially. We wanted to come down, a flag, flush down again. But it's finding support. It's trickling out. And this is what happens with 0 DT, perfect for you, Emiliano, to understand. If this were to happen, when we're 0 DTE, it'd be like watching the level of a water tank being drained from the holes in the bottom of it. The premiums of our contracts are dwindling, and we're just trading sideways. We're treading water. We're not moving in any direction. So it doesn't. If we were flying up, we're like, okay, close it, close it, close it. But we're not doing that. So we're stagnant. We're waiting for something to happen that's not, and it keeps us on the hook. And this is where people bleed out. When people look back, like, I have no idea how I let my option get to zero. Like, how did I let all my money go away? It's because your human nature kicks in. It's like, all right, I'm waiting for this drop to happen. Oh, it's not happening yet. I'll wait 5 more minutes. And after 10 minutes, like, okay, I'll wait 5 more minutes, because your thinking is, okay, as soon as I close it, that's when it's going to drop. So you're thinking in the wrong conception. You're thinking, I'm trying to avoid missing out on something by burning cash. And that's the wrong way to do it. If you notice that you're burning cash, the absolute best thing to do is to cut your losses. Missing out on a gain is not a reason to hold something that's not winning. You either want to be winning or protecting from a loss. You don't want to be in a state of, oh, I don't know what's going on. You know, you don't want to be in that state. At least that's what would be going through my mind right now. If I was in this now, this length of time in my DT was tomorrow, I'd be thinking, okay, 5 more minutes. Okay, 5 more minutes. This is why I've gotten to the habit. It's a good habit. Take the easy money. If you're in a call, get out first hesitation. Take the easy money. Don't hold on for that extra 2 points. If you're in a put, get out first thing of hesitation. Don't hold on for the full move. Coming down, hesitation, take the easy money and get out. And then we would have stepped away from the screen this whole length of time. The same thing if we just got in this put right here at the touch of the VWAP, first hesitation, you might want to consider dropping it. Because if it flies back up, that's it. That you have to lose it at barely break even. Otherwise, you wait for it to come back up, then you just have to hold on. Because now you're touching it again, you're double top. You have more of an incentive to go down. Again, this happens a lot, and I start talking about potentials and hypotheticals, and people are like, well, which one do you mean? Well, that's the thing. You don't know which one it is until the price action tells you, but the idea is to find out the possibilities, to find the paths that could be chosen and narrow down your possibilities. To examine all possibilities is to remove any chance of you trying to improv on the moment, on the fly. So in other words, what we'll do here is we'll have a trade plan. If we do hold out past, 1335 or 1340, we have to cut it. Because after that, it will just drain out through the end of the day. At the end of the day, it could flush down, sure. But we're not going to stick around to find out. I want to get this move and get off and get out. Conversely, you want to look at what was the idea, what was your goal in the beginning? Was it a true lotto? Did we say goodbye to that 64 cents when we got them? If that's the case, we can take profit here and be like, okay, that's it. We can leave half of it, take half, leave half, and split the difference. There should never be a time in trading where you're like, oh, it's either all or nothing, because that's never the case. You can always average out. If you can't make up your mind, split the difference. If we can't decide whether to hold on through the end of the day or to cut our losses, cut half. Take half, walk away. Or don't really walk away, you got to watch it. But take half and be confident of your decision. They say, I'm gonna mess the phrase up a lot, but the phrase has to do with being a submarine captain. And they're like the most loved or admired of all captains because they make such hard decisions that require so much calculation, so much weight behind them in the fraction of a second. And when they look back, they can always say, you know what, that was the wrong decision looking back. But at the time, it was the right decision from what we have. So they say the phrase is, it's not making a wrong decision that is lethal. It's making a no decision. So no decisions are sometimes worse than the wrong one. If we cut all contracts right now and took all our money off the table, we made profit. That's not a wrong decision. If it then drops down and this doubles in price and we miss out on 200 and 300% gains, it still was not the wrong decision. We made a decision based on the data and the circumstances that we had, and we followed through. We took a win, we had profit. Missing out on 300% gains does not equate to you making the wrong decision. It's important. If you look at NVIDIA this morning, you're like, I don't think NVIDIA is going to come down. It doesn't feel right to me. I'm not going to take it. And then it drops down. People kick themselves like, oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. I should have taken it. No, the answer is no, you should not have taken it. Because all that does is then corrupt your thinking for the next time that this decision happens. You have to leave that decision based on what you made and leave it. Leave it in a vacuum. Don't Monday morning quarterback it. What'd I miss? All right, so now that we've established that this looks broken, we can borrow this line, make it our next target. This is the main one right here. Breaking 106. Breaking 106 will give us 105 and possibly 104. This is going to be the biggest support to break of the day. This would be the second biggest. This would be the last. So now let's look at our indicators. Does this still hold water? Does this plan hold water? From this action, yes, right? We had the pole coming down, a bit of a flag out, and now a breakdown of that flag. What's in the way? We have this support. We also have... Oh, that's it. That's right. Nothing on the quant chart below 106. Just all technical from there. So all these lines, all the support lines below 106 are all technical. There's no quant hesitations or any kinds of levels. And then we can also take a look at the GEX to see what the updated on that is. 105 was our put, right? This is our put support. And then below 105 is 103 attraction, and then 100. Let's get a updated. What time is it? Oh, I gotta place an order. Not stocks. Something outside. Okay. Put. Oh, okay. Was 105? I guess it was, right? Was 105 where the put strike was? This is lower. I can tell you that. The 100 put for the put volume is a little lower than it was. Now let's see the put open interest. Open interest is 100. There's nothing at 105 of interest. The only thing that's there, though, is the put volume. Put volume can act as support, and it can also act as an attractant. This is concerning to me, this 105. So if we want to be a little more on the non-risky, more conservative side, we would say 105 could be the destination for today. A break of 105 would be surprising at this point. Now that we've seen the buildup of this put volume, this looks like a little tough to break. So then we use this updated data throughout the day has now affected where our exits now are. This looks like it's going to revisit and test this again. What are we at? 107 here? I would be long out of this, by the way. I would have given up out of just pure thumb twiddling. If I wasn't out already, I'd be out now. Sure, we can come up, we can test this, come down, but what if this doesn't? What if there's this not resistance? We're going to go all the way back up to the VWAP, all the way back up to 107, 108, for then a chance down. If that's the case, we can reinvest on a put trade once we get to this target. But this move at bought at 64 cents is done to me. Now, as this goes up, the premium goes down. We'll buy it back at a cheaper price for a new trade going down. Now, if we're trading, if you guys are under the PDT, under 25K, that might pose some restrictions for you. Day trading under 25K, you'll have I think it's 3. They give you 3 on a rolling 5 days. So 1 day trade, 3 day trades every 5 sessions. I forgot. It's been a while. If you switch to a cash account, it restricts the cash you're using rather than the stock. So under 25K, you can trade the same equity or just the same ticker. You can buy and sell 3 times within 5 days. You cannot buy and sell the same without a penalty. But you work with those penalties, just like a home run hitter works with strikes. They don't look at 3 strikes as 3 chances. They use strikes as, they plan them. So what I mean is, if you are trading under PDT and you're trying to day trade, you're restricted by the ticker you trade. If you're on a cash account, you're restricted to that cash you use, meaning we could get 10 contracts, get in this trade, close it. That money is now no longer able to use today, but we can use different money on the same ticker to play this move. Close it, bank that cash, and then play a third move here. You couldn't do that on a margin account under PDT. So it's interesting to know the difference between cash and margin. What's up, E? I'm a new member of QTA. What would you say are the most important confluences for a day trade to take into account if you had to put them from first? There's something covering my screen. First to last. Thanks. Just curious. Learning a lot. Mahalo. So this is a good one. And new member QTA. What would you say the most important confluences for a day trade to take into account? Well, let's go to the videotape. I'm going to mark this as I'm going to have to make this a separate. Is there a timer how far into the video I am? You know what? I'm going to just make a visual cue. Back and forth, back and forth. Now I got a visual cue. So what we're going to look at the different levels QTA has to offer. Great question by new member Emiliano. Please list the most important confluences for a day trade to take into account. If Bryant were to list the most important, I think he would have to say an answer like they all have importances in their own right. Right? That's the political answer, right? They have different strengths based on different areas. You want to take into account the buy and sell zones. These are areas of ranges for the week. A little more on the micro side, you have the intraday levels. These are ranges to take on the intraday level. In my experience, to me, the most important level, or maybe the most respected, that gets used most in the day would be the 2-day VWAP. Simply because it's going to be not static, and it's in between the areas. You can make the case that the buy and sell zones are important because they're structured that way, that once we touch it, you can expect a bounce off of it. But the 2-day VWAP would be in between those. So you can play along with that. Okay, great. We touched the bottom of SPY on the 828, and we're coming back up, but now the 2-day VWAP is going to look to get respected. And using that, we can then make a box between the 2-day VWAP and the levels below it. So the intradays are important, but they're not as solid. You use the intraday levels as tradable levels, not as like boundaries, right? You want to see an intraday level get broken and retested because then that gives you an ability to trade to the downside. You want to see an intraday level hold because that'll give you another trade, to the downside. When you see a buy level get broken, you then are in essentially open air, right? The intraday levels do sometimes appear below that. It just makes it's a little easier to play when everything's in the same box. So a break of the buy level is less advantageous than a break of an intraday level with the buy level below it. Because a break of this level, this is our target. A break of this level, your 2 sigma's a target, which is not, that doesn't really compute because 2 sigma is just a statistical level. It's not really an attraction. So I would think most levels, okay, all right, I hate saying that word, gun to my head, but if I were to force a situation, 2-day VWAP, most respected line, most utilized. Buy and sell, super important levels. The max pain, which isn't on this chart, the max pain is a very important level to understand. I would use that more as a support and resistance, and I think it's underrated in that sense. And we'll see this on the equity ones, or on the GEX charts. When we look at that, you'll see it more. But this is acting as support resistance, and when this lines up, by the way, the max pain, when this lines up with the absolute GEX, and let's just go to the GEX now that I'm talking about it. We'll get here. This is the one I read. When the max pain has the same confluence as the absolute GEX and the highest GEX and the call volume spike, you have such a confluent level there that it's undisputed. Now, this level can be an attraction, but it doesn't have to be an immediate attraction. So even though we have this confluence, max pain and absolute GEX at 110, it doesn't have to go there right away. You can make the case that we already went there today. We went there today, and it satisfies that. But that's what you want to look for. Any type of level that's coupling up together, that's the most important level. So that supersedes the 1, 2, 3, or 4, the ranked levels. You want to look for double, triple confluence. And that's what I would do. I would just, when I first started, I would go through, I still do it. I shouldn't say when I first started. I'll go through, I'll look at Tesla. All right, there's a confluent level. We have the absolute GEX, the highest GEX, and the call volume at 230. The spot price is right next to it, though. All right, so we'll go down to the next one. Apple. Doesn't show me much. Spot price, not much there. Just breeze through. Amazon, not really telling me much. Kind of spread out. We skipped Microsoft. I'll go back to that in a minute. This is Meta. Yeah, not really confluent there. Microsoft. Here's confluence. I don't like that confluence, though. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. If this had been at 405, the highest GEX, the absolute, and the max pain, that would be a severely enticing target. And we have one more. Google. Google, as opposed to Goog. Super. So for me, if I was just starting my day and I looked at those levels, I would not be inclined really to do any of them. The NVDA is the only one that has confluence, but we visited 110 already today. So this one is almost like, it's almost like conquered. But because it's still strong and attractive, it's still there. If that is still there and we break this VWAP and this 107, this calls, then the game's on for 110. We can use that confluent level. That would be the end of that trade, though. 110, that would be the highest I would expect going in for at least this week. We have that call volume spike. We have the max pain. That right there is enough of a confluence for a resistance level. To think about going further would be more of a gamble than a calculation. I'm looking at Tesla's going up too. It seems like... Is Amazon going up? It seems like the top 7 are looking upward. Meta? Yeah, they've all turned upward. And Goog. I like Google. Google. Victoria's Secret, if you don't mind, I want to check in this for a little bit. This is something that was a company that, coming from a fund that I used to work with, was heavily involved with on a personal basis. So we started tracking it. I was actually on Mad Money discussing it once. There's a lot of history here, and it looks kind of complicated, but it's actually a really good teaching tool. So you have this downtrend of Victoria's Secret, the life of it when it split from whatever that brand was, became its own, created a trend right off the bat. We found common ground, right? If I can stop it there. You see how we're in this trend And then all of a sudden, we start finding common ground. Support, 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 support across the board. And then a reducing resistance. It would make sense that we pop up from it. Down is a possibility. It's just a hard possibility. So going back to our, does this make sense? Balance or weighing the options, it makes more sense for it to pop to the upside, right? We've been in a downtrend this whole time. The life of the stock, it has not made a new higher high since its initial onset. So we've been in a downtrend. We found support starting over a year ago. And this is the weekly. And let's see let's see how this looks. We have a downward trending price action. See the lows going down and the RSIs are going higher. And then finally that divergence gives way. Again, we have the lows of the RSI rising, the lows of the price action are lowering. That's bullish divergence. And this is the result of that bullish divergence, that explosive move. And that's what you want to see. Now, is this move done? Let's take a look. The RSI is just below 60. That's plenty of room to go higher. We have the MACD kind of crossing over, still in bullish territory, still going good. The vortex indicator crossed, and we did not see an explosive move to the downside. One of two things that could be. One of two things is it's delayed. There's been plenty of times where this signaled, and then the price action reacted a couple days later. Or we can see that the volume's not there. There's zero volume happening here. So I would be in this camp that there is more room to the upside for Victoria's Secret, but there's also, you can make a case that it wants to test support again. And where would that support be? It would probably be at the 20 mark. And I don't know what this line is here. We can get rid of that. A revisit to the 20 mark. And would make a new higher low, which is a first higher low in this series of over a year, right? Lower low, lower low, lower low, higher low. That's what you want to see. You want to see support at 20. If that's found, I'd be interested in earnings of Victoria's Secret for the end of the year. Now, keep in mind, I like Victoria's Secret for this reason. They couple their earnings. They couple their holiday season at the end of Q4 and Valentine's Day, which would normally be in people's Q1s. They put them together, or at least they try to, and at least in the past, to get the holiday season and Valentine's together in one quarter. That could lead to a very explosive, earnings. And you look for Q3 for that guidance. So if Q2 was, hey, it's my birthday. If it was on Q2, let's see, about 3 months, November something, they haven't even announced it yet. So they probably do another earnings right before the holiday season. That way they capture the December, January, and February all in one quarter. Based on the guidance in Q3, you can make a good case for an explosive reaction on Q4, which happens to be, it will be in 2025. So, I mean, again, this is not financial advice as much as just me telling you from my experience. So keep that on your radar. If you're into investing with more fundamentals, and not just technical analysis and data, think about that. And this one is a share. You can buy shares. You buy and hold. I mean, there's not much movement to the downside. It hasn't really made significant drops. Here's the most significant one, from 25 down to 20. That's a 5-point move. That's a 25% move. That's a big one. But if you find something that has good support and you're at that good support, up looks easier, think about buying shares. A move to this, it's up to 45 from that 20. That's That's a 20 to 45. That's over 100% profit right there, just in shares. So you're not opening yourself up to the risk of options. And by the way, the options market on Victoria's Secret is way different than the ones we're talking about today. There's just a lot less volume, right? The open interest is what you want to look at. So open interest around here, the highest marks around at the money, 3,000, 5,000, as opposed to NVIDIA that we're looking at today. Their open interest is 10,000, 7,000, 16, 10,000, 22,000. So there's a bigger sample size in the mega caps and the large caps than there are in companies like Victoria's Secret. So sometimes the option market doesn't have enough of the data that we would want to make a significant, chart like this to give enough information. And just to show you what I'm talking about, we'll enter Victoria's Secret, Viesco. You'll see the expirations are a lot less, right? A lot less expirations. They don't even do them every month. And this is the data you have. This is using every expiration, and this is the data. You can, but it's harder. It's harder to get any type of inclination. And let's just go to the next one. This is the next monthly one. 25. So there are people looking for 25, and then there's a nice road back down to 22. And look at that. I call it the anomaly. Until I find a better word for it, I'm going to call it the anomaly again. Right around 21, which we were saying that nice support would be 2021. And this is the last thing on Viesco, I promise. Like, I did not come here to see what the hell you think about on a shopping mall, women's shopping mall store. But they just got a new CEO. They're trying to rebrand. They're bringing back their fashion show, which was a crowd favorite, consumer favorite. So things are going to be different this year for Viesco. And by the way, that's the most said phrase in any type of... This time, it will be different. That's a phrase you can hear all day, every day. So let's check back on NVIDIA. We cut our contracts out of sheer boredom, right? And look what happened. We went up and we did test the VWAP again. We're not in the business of holding out to test the VWAP again. And what would we do if we were holding on for this long? This has not been updated yet. It's probably going to be a lot less than that. So cutting or closing a trade does not have to revolve around your target. It has to revolve around where the price action has told you, hey, this is enough for me. The fact that we are bouncing twice underneath the VWAP leads me to think, hey, you know what? We could see a down overnight. Maybe 5 minutes better. Because look at our previous history. We came down, we come up. We come down, we come up. We come down, we come up. If we stop, we find common ground, we could end up coming down again tomorrow. We can revisit this as the day goes on. We don't have to make a decision now. You know what? I want to play this overnight. Or I want to play the breakup. We can wait. Remember, we don't have to get in at the kickoff. We can wait until we get a better position. So what are we looking at candle-wise? This is telling us that there's a lot of selling pressure above the VWAP. Pushing us down. This candle alone is making me think more about a 105 or even more of a lotto outside or below 105. How's the RSI is at 70? Let's get on the 15-minute. Let's see. RSI is at 55. MACD is not giving us much of anything. Neither is the Vortex. About 5 minutes. Curling. No, this Vortex is still pushing up. Pushing up a positive trend. All right, let's get a snapshot. NVIDIA, let's get a more updated one. NVIDIA. So what we're looking at here is any updated in the GEX information. We're going to first take a look at overall. 100 still good. And we're just going to do Friday. We'll see if anything changed. Or anything that sticks out more. No, it's still hot and heavy down here below 105. Or you can make the case below 106. Kind of starts, ramps up. That absolute GEX has not shifted. And what does that look like? Ooh, it's still significantly higher than the 105. I was really expecting 105 to grow and the absolute GEX would shift and we'd see it easily go there. But this is the beauty of having live GEX data. We get to track this throughout the day. Oh, Emiliano, if you're just new to KTA, one thing you use on advanced GEX, remember, if you use the absolute GEX, if you have this piece of data toggled, it will suppress all the other points of data because it's such a huge data point. So you want to turn this off to have views of the others. Does that make sense? So this on, you can't see the other ones. See, I'm turning this on and off, but you can't see them. When I turn this off, the absolute GEX, all these pop up again. So just keep that in mind. What do we got? I got 70% plus on these puts earlier toward would it be smart to get back in a little right now and hold till tomorrow? Well, oh, you mean a 70% profit? That's your gain. You know, take that. What I say to someone is if you got profit, take it and call it a day. Because here's the thing. The first trade we did, the one you got 70% profit on, that was a calculated move. We spent time researching it, waiting for it, getting in. We scaled in 20%, 20%, 40%, blah, blah, blah. And then we decided to get out. Even that, we decided to get out a little late. Getting in here would be more off the cuff. It wouldn't be as much researched. We can make the case that it does look good. We did a lot of the research, really. It's not to say we didn't do any. Could be coming down. But we don't want to throw money at something just because it looks kind of good. Sometimes it's best to keep your wins and then stick with it. And then let tomorrow we start again. Because keep in mind, the volume from now to like the last 10 minutes of trading is most likely going to be low. A better bet is to come back to it closer to the bell and see if you want to get into it. Okay, if this breaks, if this level breaks, a small put a lotto to the downside would make sense, but not something that we really want to like make some gains on. Not something that I would be like, oh, okay, this is going to make us a lot of money. You want to kind of just add some, whipped cream on top maybe. Let's see. If this breaks, 104, 105 could be revisited, but I just don't feel super confident enough to hold overnight just to hold 104. If you want to hold something overnight into a 0 DTE situation tomorrow, you want a big move, right? So if the case was, if NVIDIA had risen all the way back up to 109 and the indicators were flexed, like they were just pushed all the way to the edge, you can make a case like, oh, you know what? Down is easier for tomorrow. For right now, there's not much of an indication that a big move will happen. If anything, we're going to be in this path. Right? Was this Monday? Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday have all been within this range. Tomorrow, most likely, will also be in this range. And the fact that we're in the middle of this range, it will just give us a small move down or a small move up. If we were at the lower end of it, I would say, okay, it's easier to go up. Maybe get that. You know what I mean? I just don't think right now is the time to place something overnight. And even if we decide not to do puts and it does flash down, I wouldn't be upset. Because the data is not super there right now. But if you're looking at it as a lotto play, you just want to itch, you want to scratch that. You know, I want to put some money on the table. I want to play. I get that. I totally get the I want to play syndrome. 105 put overnight, or maybe even a little, 104 put. It looks good. If this breaks. So, short answer, 105 put looks good. That candle did it for me, really. We touched the VWAP and you got this huge candle. That's a dragonfly or a shooting star. That's what it is. That's a shooting star candle. It's in the Doji family. Or maybe it's not. It's because it's such a lengthy. Whatever the case is, this is a strong reversal candle. We come up, reversal candle, we come down. So if we're in the 105 put, I would make the case that this would be our stop loss. And if that's not your stop loss, then the VWAP. If you break the VWAP, we go higher, we're not coming back down. If this holds, good chance that we go down further. So if we're in those 105 puts, we want to see the price action stay below this level. And then if the price action travels down, we can start taking profit. We don't have to hold overnight. Because remember, we're going to open up tomorrow, and the expiration is going to be hours away. So we will open tomorrow. The premiums will be a lot less than they are now, especially if we open at the same area we are right now or higher. Yeah, if this level is not breached, down does not look good. It's going to come back up, test the VWAP again, and then we have a good chance of coming down. But again, this is another reason why we scale in. If we wanted to get 10 contracts to hold overnight, we would have got 20% right now. That way, if we go back up to the VWAP, we test it again, you can add another 40%. Because a retest of this VWAP will just solidify the case to go downward. If this stops anywhere in between before reaching the VWAP, that's more of a case downward. So in other words, if it finds support like right here, we don't have to utilize the VWAP at all. We find we find resistance here and come down. That's a bearish scenario. The MACD is touching zero barrier, still in bullish though. That could be swinging up. That would swing the price action up. keep in mind also because of the volume lull in the afternoons, the data is a little weaker. It's not as strong as it is in the first half of the day. And you'll see this also on Fridays. In the Friday afternoons, there could be a case that, statistical data is at its lowest point. On Friday afternoons, I'm looking for next week. I've really tried stopping playing Friday lottos ever since getting used to QTA. I mean, like I said earlier, Tesla Fridays was like a party. It was like, playing roulette. But now, when you're using statistical data, it makes no sense. It literally is like playing roulette. And if someone would show you the odds every time before you spun the wheel of when you play roulette, you'd be like, I'm not placing money on that. I have a 1 in what shot to get that? Yeah, I'm going to save my money. But roulette's fun. It's advertised as a game. It's sold as a game. You play it as a game. And you understand the risks as a game. When you get introduced to quantitative trading, it takes the game out of it. It makes it more structured. It makes it more sensical. But see here, this is what I fear the most when you start getting Friday DTEs or 0 or 1 day TEs. 1 day TEs. This trading sidewaysness. You want to get in a trade and have it move. You don't want to get in a trade and have it be stagnant. So the fact that the MACD is touching the 0 barrier, that creates support. You have the RSI that's just below 50, that's signaling bullish. You have the vortex not giving us anything. This does not really give us, it doesn't sell us on the idea that it's going straight down. If anything, a revisit to the VWAP or this section here. I think the best case scenario is when you have a profitable trade in the day, whether it be first 15 minutes of the morning, the second half of the morning, you take those gains and you pack up your books and you start planning for the next day. Right? To try and jump on and add some more whipped cream to your Sunday, it's a lot harder for what it's worth. And if you can get over the fact of missing out on a trade and realizing that you didn't lose money by not getting in. If you're missing out on a profitable trade, it's not a loss. You just didn't play the game, and that's okay. You still have exactly what you went in with. You want to try and avoid any type of unknown risk. See, now I'm getting into this thing. I hope it goes down. I hope it goes down because we talked about it. We don't ever want to be in this position where I hope it goes down. We want to know. Right? We're in the business of knowing. When people post in the room, oh, I just bought 100 shares of triple XY. I hope it goes up. I'm just like, why? Why are we hoping? We're not in the business of hoping. We have so much data at our fingertips that we should have a solid plan. We should be expecting. And when we get wins, we should say, thank you very much. I earned that. There should be no celebrating like, oh my God, like I got it, woohoo. Granted, the first few times, you got the thing right, that's great. But when I was trading with someone and they were going live, and toward the end of the day, they get so excited and they get the exact target they wanted, and we get like, the mic would overmodulate because the person was so excited. That's the wrong way to be. Like, you should expect to get what you did. It's like getting a paycheck at the end of the week. I put this amount of hours in. I completed this many TPS reports. Where's my paycheck? Thank you very much. We worked for it. We did the research. We looked at the data. We contemplated where the entry was, where the exit was. You earn that 70%. Take it. This next play is more of a gamble. And that's it, we got to understand that. Like we are humans. Sometimes we just want to play. If you can't put that aside, if you need to scratch that itch, great, but let's do it at a lower volume, right? A lower weight. We understand that that's more of a play, more of a gamble, more of a game, right? And then so for tomorrow on NVIDIA, we might not even play tomorrow at all. We might just be looking forward to the next week. And if we open up tomorrow, we're coming down here, great, we're looking for either a bounce up that way or a break. We have to decide once we get to this level. We don't know if this level is going to hold or what it looks like until we get there. You can make a case that this is not strong or this is strong. You can contemplate, but we won't know the data of what the data will look like below or above until we get there. Yeah, this is dancing around too much for me. We have a pole. We have a pole and we have a flag out. Rising pole, flag down, and then this could be the reaction from it. Looking at this MACD has not crossed over to the negative side, not bearish. It's holding bullish. Sometimes it's more comfortable not to play something and be okay missing out rather than play something and hope and, like, you know, basically pray that it does what you want it to do. But that's something, you know, we have to measure with our own, you know, constitution. Because first coming into, for day trading, I was reckless as everything. Reckless as all hell, you know? Those were the days, you know, pandemic. 12 hours a day looking at screens. Insurance business, no one wanted anything to do with having people coming into their homes. So we all turned to trading. But, you know, reckless and mistakes makes winners, I guess. I don't know. You learn from your losses. And the one thing I learned is the research trade, the one you put the most effort into, that's the one that's correct. And the winnings of that should not be thought of as house money or free trade or free money. No. We earn that. It's a paycheck like we just went over. You take that money and you bank it. And then you treat every dollar you earn as your own. Right? You don't get a paycheck and say, hey, you know what? I just got free money. Let's put it all on 18 black or 18 red. So I can say, make a case coming down, consolidation, coming down further. We have a hump here, lower one here, and a new higher low here. Can go higher. There's too many variables. There's too many cases to make for above. There's too many cases to make below. What we can do, though, let me slide that there. If we stay below the VWAP, we close below VWAP here, is a stronger case for lower. We close above it, it's a good case for higher. but we still got to respect the box. 110 on the high side, 104 on the low side. Let's plot for tomorrow, maybe a lotto for tomorrow. If NVIDIA opens close to 110 or 109.50, whatever we just reached, we can make a case that down might be easier. We'll look at the data in the morning. And the other side, if we do make this fall down and we hold 104, there'd be two options. One is to back up to that case, or a potential breach and fall down to 100. There's more variables for tomorrow morning than there are not variables. And this, we're just getting tighter and tighter. See how it's it's like a triangle. This is the shape, this is the pattern that NVIDIA is making. Started off big, flush up, flush down, a little up, a little down, a little up, a little down, and then we're going to come to a point. When we finish coming to that point, we see a pop up or a pop down. That's what tomorrow could bring. A pop up from this point. Indecision candle, indecision candle. See how the candles are getting super small? And they got wicks on the top and wicks on the bottom? Nobody knows what they want to do. They're in the same boat we are. There's not much of confidence moves. These are some big candles. That was pretty confident. But after that, after the VWAP, I don't know. Do we want to come back and test it again and break it? Or do we want to slip down? It feels heavy when you look at it, and then you just realize that, wait, no, we have not made a new lower low. Until that new lower low comes, more consolidation or more trading sideways is possible. Just wanted to give you guys a head up. We're approaching 2:30. I'm going to have to cut out at 2:30. There wasn't really much left to discuss. We have the plans for NVIDIA to possibly revisit 105 or trade sideways. It should stay below the VWAP and this consolidation. Just to recap why we don't think it's going to go higher is if you look at the quant chart, and we'll refresh it to get a good view. When we look at it, there is more obstacles above us than below us. With the 2-day VWAP, the regular VWAP, and the intraday. You're still flirting with it. It's pushing on its walls, right? We pushed once. We didn't come back down and make a new lower low. Now we're pushing again. If we make a new higher low, then we push back a third time, then that's calls for an alarm. But as of right now, as long as we make a new lower low here, we should see a downward into tomorrow. So if you did get those puts on paper trading, I'm hoping, right? Paper trading, all on paper, then you should be good. If we close below 107, lower looks good. So if you needed a more clear-cut answer, if we close below 107, down looks easier. But if we close above the VWAP, you know, higher 110 looks good. And the same thing, if you do get a flush down before the end of the day, take profit and don't say, oh, well, if we came down this far before the overnight, we should probably even go down even further on the next day. That's not usually the case. So if you've gotten that 105 put again after this VWAP held, and we flush down to it, I would take profit, at the close of the day. You're only opening up a chance for rebounding overnight. And if that happens, take profit here, rebounds overnight, we'll play it again down to the bottom. Or we'll play up to the next side. You know, tomorrow's a fresh new day, brand new day. And look what today's morning did on NVIDIA. And this is not something rare for NVIDIA to pop like that in the first 15 minutes. You can look back at any first 15 minutes of the day and find moves. So here we go, another one. We opened yesterday. We came down. We touched overnight low. And then we flew up. We broke the overnight high. And we hit, you could say, a morning yesterday low as now the resistance. So this is a daily thing you can do with NVIDIA. Wait for it to touch one end and then play the others. That's what we did here. We waited for it to touch one end and then to play the others, or the downside. It's a strategy that is very prominent in the mega caps, like Tesla, Amazon, SPY. Although SPY not so much today, but I think it's a little more prevalent in the equities themselves rather than the funds or the indices. See how it's flirting with that 107? That's why I don't like it. We want moves. Low volume, low moves. Makes me an unhappy boy. And another thing to look out for is that if you planned to get that 105 and down, and we have not cut it at all, you should look for the last half hour or the last 15 minutes or the last 10 minutes of the day. More volume comes in, and you'll see more of a sway, or at least more volume. More volume usually leads to a direction. Not necessarily a particular direction. But people will come in the last 10 minutes, they'll look at the data we just did and make a trade for, overnight into tomorrow. Or close their trades that they've been in through the day. So we're making a new higher low. That's very bullish. So we have a low, a higher low, a higher low, and a new higher low. That's a bullish trend. The RSIs also low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Convergent. But yeah, I really hope that this answered some questions. And Emiliano, I want to thank you so much for your participation today. It was really a pleasure having you. And welcome to QTA, by the way. And if anyone is listening on this in the future, or just for one more thing, the Labor Day sale as summer end 24. You can use this code up until September 6th, I believe. Let's double check. Here we go. September 7th. So you have 2 more days to take advantage of this code. It's 25% off for your 3 months. Summer end 24 at checkout. If you're listening to this and it's after September 7th, you can use code DNOW30. It gives you 30% off your first month. And that's really, in my eyes, that's all you really need to know if that QTA works. You know, you want to take a spin for it. You want to spend a month behind the driver's seat, and a month ought to do it. I knew in a weekend. I spent the 3-day weekend pouring over and back testing everything. So if you're on the fence, consider joining. Use those codes we just told you about. And if you're a new member, Emiliano, welcome. I'll see you guys around the rooms, and we're gonna do this again. We're gonna have maybe a different topic anytime, or maybe just live trading is enough, right? Live trading is enough. You are enough. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, hit the like button, hit subscribe, get notified when we do this again. We don't do it all the time. And I do really want to thank you guys for coming through, and I'll see you guys very soon. Take care.